Hello, Dickerson? I think it is. Hey, Block, how's it going? Now, let's get this turned on. I think my camera's not working correctly again, which is whatever. That's typically what it is. So is it true Laura's more bitchy in the first game? Yeah. I'm like, yeah. Why not use a VTuber PNG? Because a good one costs money, too much money that I would rather not spend. Also, I guess the other question is, why would you want me to be a VTuber? I know people have wanted me to be to try VTubing, but they want me to be like a hot blonde and cat girl with huge boobs. Which, hey, if the demand is there. What can you do, you know? Here as an anime character. There I am. Yeah, it took a little longer to set up than before. I think, like, very occasionally, people bring up the idea of me using a VTuber model. Did you pull what? I don't pull on my CN account anymore. I don't really play the account. Oh, actually, not really. I just don't play the account. So I'll only do for story purposes. I pull everyone on my global account. Sapo's probably gonna be the last doll I pull on a CN account. Aura farming, yeah. That said, I kind of, sort of did VTubing before. Like, it's very like a kind of sort of type of thing. I didn't really go all in on it. So there was a PNG tubing. And I do have images of my OC. I was used for old YouTube videos, I'll say back, I think it's like 3 years ago at this point. But that wasn't really like VTubing, that was just me using pictures. I don't actually think anyone saw me as a hot anime character when I did that. Let me see if I can find the image. I just pull it up. It definitely wasn't that. Let's see. PNG the commander. Honestly, that's not a terrible idea. Yeah, there's the image. This was the image I used back in my old days. I say old days, it was only really 3 years ago. And this was only for videos. I didn't actually use it for streaming. But yeah, this is the OC that I asked to get drawn, and I use it for videos. It's like a Mega Man character? You are right on the money. I did Mega Man videos back in the day. Actually made some headway with Mega Man, but then I got bored. Because there's no more content for Mega Man. The Ghost Frontline, there's technically 2 animes. The healing chapters are pretty funny, but the actual series attempt at an anime, it didn't go well. There's like 2 good scenes in the anime, otherwise it was very mid. The Ghost Frontline anime also had the issue of having to deal with the super duper ultra bad beginning of Ghost Frontline 1. Where there was basically nothing to do, so you had to fill in the gaps, and also the commander had like no personality, like literally nothing was there. So the commander that we have now is nothing like what they portrayed in the anime, not even a tiny bit close. Genshin is a good character, she's just not a commander. That's like the only real issue she has. Yeah, whenever stuff gets deleted in anime adaptations, like stuff that feels important, is literally like 99% of the time it's because they just don't have the time to fit it into an anime episode, so they have to cut something. I would feel like a movie or a session too with so a gross Frontline anime movie, something similar to the Persona 3 movies, which I think are fantastic. It'll be a lot more difficult to do it in Ghost Frontline 1 because there's just so much stuff. It really is. There's just a lot of stuff going on. It would need like 10 movies. So unless you want to like running for years upon years, like how the manga is, it's just something's going to have to be cut. Yeah, I was at work, so when it came out, so I haven't watched it yet. The Nikkei anime. On par? Well, that dude, that's impossible because the Ghost from Line 1 early chapters are horrible. They kind of have to fix that in order to get something on a level of the Arknights anime. They have to fill stuff in. They have to. Also not exactly good. It's better than what Ghost from Line 1 did, which was bare bones, I would say. Well, worse than bare bones. Because when I went through Arknights about like a couple of months ago, the main issue that I felt with the early Arknights chapters was that it was really, I wouldn't even say slow, but it felt pointless. And also with the way how they structure their story chapters in the first place. There's so many in-between events that are just not in the main story that you're stuck trying to find the actual timeline. Yeah, Keith, go ahead. It felt slow. I want to say it was slow, but I can't say that with full honesty because there was a lot going on. But I can agree that the plot did not progress. It's very detailed for what is going on for each scenario, and that can get the feeling of slowness. I do agree with that. So I think it's more accurate to say that every scenario overstates its welcome. I was young, okay? No, it's fine. Sword Art Online was actually insanely popular back in the day. I never watched it myself, and still haven't. Yeah, Federico, I do agree with you on that. 100%. Speaking of too much in a situation, let's continue with Railroad. Yeah, this is a CN account. So I have Sapo. Sapo's really cute. So a lot going on here. Well, not. This feels like it's going to be very long, probably like 7 hours. So let's just go ahead and get started. Which chat is more lit, YouTube or Twitch? It's YouTube, easily. Like, whenever someone pops up on Twitch, they just go, oh wait, YouTube has more people there, and just leave Twitch. That's why he's always dead on Twitch. Yeah, and to be ruined, that's correct. Immune to the horny virus? I'm not sure what that means. I mean, Sapo does get horny, though. By the way, if you want to see the beginning, I'll be making the other video public. I stopped that early because I fell asleep on stream, so that's why I stopped early. But I'll be releasing that along with this stream once it's done. Yanina's home was a row of houses built from shipping containers. Even in the old district, it looked particularly dilapidated. I asked the neighbors around here. This Yanina has been missing for several years. See, I told you those dead brain protection fees connectors are unreliable. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If Yanina still lived in her original place, the Missy from the White Zone wouldn't have needed to hire a detective. Do you know what this Yanina went? No idea. After all, it's the old district. It wouldn't be strange to get caught up in a crime at any time. Whereabouts unknown? She's probably dead then. She was about 15 when she went missing. If she's still alive, she's probably an adult by now. However, the Dagger Gang... Oh yeah, I forgot to use the term Dagger Gang. That's such, like, the most basic evil gang name ever. However, the Dagger Gang mentioned that Yanina has a large scar on her left cheek. If we find her, she should be recognizable. There's another clue. This Yanina would often bring different people to live here, both men and women. What's that supposed to mean? Is this place some massive tenement house or something? Robot's gaze turned towards the strange building before her. The stacked shipping containers were covered in rust, looking like they had been abandoned for a long time. These shipping containers have traces of people having lived in them. Combined with the clue that Yanina brought people here to stay, I deduced that this was originally a container hotel. A hotel? Correct. A makeshift shelter for those homeless people. Alright, this dump is full of vagrants and illegal residents, but why is the Yanina so kind? Is she a saint? Kindness? You're overthinking it. Kindness is the thing the old district lacks the most. My deduction is this was her profession. This was a container hotel. Although the living container were mediocre, it was enough to attract homeless people criminals or illegal immigrants who smuggled into the satellite city from the Yellow Zone. Inside the container house, the space was cramped and cluttered. The assistant robot nimbly drove back and forth across the floor, its sensors flashing constantly as it meticulously scanned every corner. Just as I thought, every container here has traces of people having lived in it. Although this place has been abandoned for several years, my scenario recreation module can still roughly simulate the simulation back then. The small containers were guest rooms, and this largest one is where Yanina lived. Wilrod noticed a potted plant on the windowsill. Its dense branches and leaves were sprouting new shoots, looking particularly robust in the sunlight. But this flower's a bit strange. It actually hasn't withered. Could it be someone comes to water it? Mimi, help me check the domestic waste in each container. I want to confirm again whether anyone is still living in this house. 10 minutes later. Keith, I don't believe they actually mentioned who made the Mimi or not yet. I would assume Harsey though, just based on the design. Done. As I predicted, this house was abandoned long ago. All the traces inside were left a few years ago. Then the fact that this potted plant survived is just because it can catch the rain? Anyway, I only collected 2 sets of biological traces in the room. One belongs to Yanina and the other to that white zone missing. What about the other guest rooms? A messy jumble of all sorts of genes everywhere. Heaven knows which guest left them behind. I dug a torn piece of paper out of the waste paper pile. It has some legible writing on it. After comparing it with the other notes, I confirmed that the handwriting of the owner of this house, Yanina. As an advanced criminal investigation robot, Me Suki placed the note in the transparent sealed bag. Wilrod took the evidence and carefully examined its contents. It seems to be names and numbers. It must be the information on those tenants. No, the numbers below are too exorbitant. This isn't the price of a room. Take a complete photo of it, then write an email explaining in the content that you want to investigate these names on the note. Who should I send the email to? Of course, it's the boss after all. He accepted the commission. Have him check the missing persons report from the past few years to see if these people are on the list. Sent! Haha! I specifically added a note that it must be done today. Leave him taste for shipment of a wage slave. Don't slack off either. Help me look for old tools in the house. I need to take something apart. Take something apart? What? You. Are you kidding me? Just lay a finger on me. Unauthorized dismantling and modification of assistant robot violates the user agreement. You talk too arrogantly. Maybe you'll become a bit more normal after modification. Yeah, you're really dismantling me? I'm sorry, Wilrod. I'm just kidding. What I'm going to dismantle is that old terminal. Judging by the crude marks of destruction, it was likely done deliberately by someone. Unfortunately, the other party wasn't professional enough. There is a possibility that some of the data can be recovered. You scared me on purpose? Where are your professional ethics as a detective? A detective's professional ethics are to uncover all concealed truths. For instance, this strange way you talk. I don't remember you being like this before. This is the latest version of personalized interaction. Get it? Never mind. Even though it sounds a bit annoying, for some reason, it also makes me feel a sense of familiarity. Besides, I had to admit, as an assistant robot, you saved me a lot of trouble. Now you know how awesome I am? Let's look for some tools first. I imagine there should be some in a truck nearby. Wilrod quickly found some discarded tools in the house alongside Mimi. Operating with practiced ease, she began disassembling the broken terminal. Received a reply from boss. Subject line: strolling in the park with the kids right now. Can I process this thing over time tonight? Wilrod, just reply directly with a, if you won't do it, plenty of others will. Wilrod didn't respond to her assistant's joke. She had already restored a portion of the data to her device and was intently reviewing the contents. Wilrod, did your system crash? The assistant robot typically moves on wheels, but also has a jumping function. Using a spring rod in the middle of his body, Mimi leapt from the floor and landed on Wilrod's shoulder. This way, she could also see the screen on the device. It was a video full of static and noise. The background was this very room, and the young girl in the footage faced the camera with a bright smile. Today is the important opening day of the Drifters Inn. From today on, there will be a place in the old district where the homeless can rest with peace of mind. The image was blurry, but a scar could be seen on the girl's left cheek. That must be Yanita. Here, this is the gift I prepared. What a beautiful flower. Thank you. This flower is so pretty. What was it called again? It's a white dahlia. Its meaning is... The person filling only had their voice heard. It sounded like a young woman as well. Due to data corruption, the video looped back to the beginning before finishing. Wilrod replayed it over and over, watching it many times. This is the recording on opening day. Looks like the potted flower was by the window is the gift in the video. Is there even a need to guess? Everything you said is just obvious as breadcrumbs scattered on a dining table. I now feel the pain that I now feel that this Tina is pretty good. She doesn't even look like a bad person. If you could tell whether someone was good or bad just with a few words, there would be no need for detectives in this world. Alright, don't act so profound here. I know why you stared at this so many times. Did you recall some sad things? Sadness? Interesting. Adds to your imagination. Tell me, what did you associate it with? At this very moment, the celebrations you attended during your time at Griffin must be vividly emerging in your neural cloud. I understand, partner, I understand. Pretending not to care on the surface, but actually you really miss those old pals. Mimi swiveled its spring rod, patting Wilrod's shoulder as if it were a hand, like it was comforting its good buddy. Things will get better. You will definitely reunite with the commander. And your old pals too. That one called TMP, she's a good egg. You guys will meet up soon. Wilrod fell silent for a moment, before suddenly pointing to something in the video's background. Have you said enough? Take a close look at this box. Can you identify what it is? What else could it be? Just an intact box. There's no markings on it. But let me tell you, this is an illicit drug circulated on the old district. It's a highly hallucinogenic and is kept in metal boxes to evade security scans. What do you think it means that it appeared in the video? Huh? This saintly hotel is actually hiding hallucinogens? There really isn't a single clean person in this place. But Walrod, you were observing this just now? I thought... If reminiscing about the past helps complete the commission at hand, then I would definitely write a short essay right now to miss my former companions. The commander is the first, of course. As for the others... Oh, let's start with that person you just mentioned, TMP. Yeah? You mean TMP is also a partner you value very much? Because I'm most worried about that girl. She might be a bit of a coward, but she's not that useless in crucial moments. As Robot spoke these bold words, she turned off the video. But the assistant robot noticed that when she mentioned her past companions, especially the commander, there's a tinge of sadness in Robot's expression. Check the inbox. Any news from Vidyas? You know what, I feel like they only made this companion robot because literally Robot would have no one to talk about right now, or talk to right now. If that were the case, then we wouldn't really have an event. Nothing from the gang boss yet, probably still picking his nose in some crevice. However, boss sent a message an hour ago saying he's already working overtime. Smart move on his part. By the time the investigation at Ina's home was completed, night had quietly fallen over the old district. Robot stood at the entrance of the container hotel, seemingly sorting out the investigation up to this point in her neural cloud. It's still a bit strange as expected. Strange? Is there a single second when the old district isn't strange? Didn't you say earlier that only 2 types of biological traces were detected in Nina's residence? Then why isn't the person who filmed that video included in this? Holy! You're right! I trust your capabilities as an assistant robot. As long as the biological traces haven't been erased, you can find them. So why is it that the videographer left absolutely nothing behind? Could it be that the Missy who hired us was just taking a selfie there? She didn't mention this in her letter, and the date of the video is also before the date she claimed, so it doesn't match up at all. Judging from the video, the videographer has a close relationship with Yanina, being someone who could celebrate the hotel's opening with her. Robot adjusted her glasses, seeming to ponder for quite a while. Never mind, we'll deal with this case later. Exactly. Let's put the boss's commission aside for now and go find an honorable merchant first. But it's getting very late, and the old district isn't safe at night. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow. Robot was considering her next move when she saw a figure slowly approaching her from the dim mouth of the alley. What is it? You seen a ghost? Robot indeed saw a ghost. That person was like something wandering through the hazy night. Their steps so soft they made almost no sound. There seems to be a strange person over there. Because she was facing the only street light at the mouth of the alley, Robot's vision was disrupted, rendering her unable to see the person's exact appearance for a moment. Until that person suddenly arrived right before her, their eerie appearance finally revealing itself. The woman in front of her wore a bizarre mask identical to Deathbird's. Ah! Thank God for bestowing food upon us. Thank God for bestowing this manner upon us. Robot felt a chill down her spine and instinctively drew her gun. For someone to wander the old district in such a strange outfit, it was definitely not just for a walk. She heard another distant chime of a bell, breaking the silence of the old district. What is this sound? Mimi? She quickly called out to the assistant robot, only to find nothing at her feet. Without her realizing when it happened, only Rolrod and the eerie Deathbird remained on the street. Immediately after, thick fog began to permeate the air. A sound like Deathbird praying came from the other side of the fog. All who believe in God shall obtain happiness and peace. All who defy God shall suffer disaster and judgment. The fog, thick enough to obscure everything, completely robbed Rolrod of her vision. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself standing in the center of a strange village. Where is this? The masked person walked ahead of her and turned to look at Rolrod, as if waiting for her to come over. The bell chimed again, and right behind Deathbird stood a quaint old church. Rolrod couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen this sight before. Please praise our God! Those who believe in false gods will surely face divine punishment! Especially when she saw the manager standing at the church entrance was handing out those pamphlets to people. Rolrod noticed that the cover of the pamphlet bore a symbol she hadn't seen in a long time, but could never forget her neural cloud. A compass and a rhombus? The symbol is Paradise? Paradise's promotional pamphlets were continuously being handed out to everyone waiting in line at the church entrance. Smells like heresy. Rolrod! The Shepherd's lockdown protocol is indeed still in her neural cloud. I'm sorry, it's not my fault. Rolrod, you can't die. Fortunately, even though her state is unstable, the snare of recreation can still continue. Harpsy, you continue guiding her. I'll figure out a way to help you. Okay. When Rolrod opened her eyes again, the dilapidated Drifter's Inn was still before her. The night was deep, and the air was filled with the distinct decaying smell of the old district, as if everything just now had been but a fleeting illusion. Rolrod, are you okay? Were you the one calling me just now? Partner, seeing you suddenly stop moving, I thought you were going to kick the bucket right there. Are you the only one here? But that voice just now sounded like... For a split second, Rolrod's heart leaped. She felt as if she had just heard a very familiar, deeply missed voice. That voice seemed to pierce through time and space, reaching straight into the depths of her neural cloud. Commander? No, there's no way he could be here. Rolrod gradually snapped out of this feeling of nostalgia and regret, then looked back towards the dim mouth of the alley ahead. There was no one there. Was that really a hallucination? Looks like I should do some checks in my neural cloud. Hey, stop pondering the meaning of life over there! That incredibly suspicious girl just slipped right under your nose. Aren't you going to chase her? The person just now? That one wearing a busted plague doctor mask. She was originally heading this way, but suddenly ran off like she'd seen a ghost. Wait, you saw her? Wasn't that just hallucination by neural cloud? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? That person just left. Plus, I had this feeling like I've seen her somewhere before. That figure wasn't a hallucination? Rolrod understood what the assistant robot meant and quickly recalled the video screenshots she had shown Vidyas earlier in the day. A grey cloak? A plague doctor mask? Could it be that bizarre serial killer? Now remember, this isn't the Deathbird that Vidyas is looking for. Rolrod immediately took out her communicator and tried to contact Vidyas. No good, he's not answering. What the hell? Where'd our gang boss run off to? What should we do next? Chase him? Or contact the security department first? Don't forget this is the old district. Unless it's a major crime that endangers other areas, the security department won't be coming anytime soon. Rorod tried to dial the security department's emergency number, even though she felt the chances were slim. Hello, this is MES-02 Security Dispatch Center. How may I help you? I found a serial killer wanted by Security Administration. The coordinates are... I've received the report. Given the area you're in, we cannot dispatch personnel immediately and need to report to our supervisors. As expected, they can't send reinforcements right away. And that is the result. These bunch of ostriches. They had to wait until their neighbor's fire burns to their own house before they're willing to take out the hose. After hanging up the call, Rorod immediately started checking her weapon and ammo. She seemed to no longer pin her hopes on others. If that busted gun of yours doesn't have enough ammo, let's head back to the agency first. Don't push yourself, partner. Hunting down a serial killer isn't part of the commission anyway. The situation has changed. In the hallucination just now, I saw Deathbird and Paradise appear together. Paradise? Is that true? What did you see? Deathbird was standing in front of a church, and someone there was handing out Paradise pamphlets to the residents. Of course, perhaps it was just an illusion. After all, Paradise should have been annihilated by the commander, but I still feel somewhat uneasy. Mimi, do you know why I originally chose to come to Solid City to become a detective? Eh? You always liked acting cool. Was there another reason? I wanted to inherit the commander's justice and continue fighting the evils in the Green Zone in his stead, which is why I chose this crime-ridden Satellite City. Well, Rod, your intuition is correct. Paradise hasn't been completely wiped out. Anyway, I need to verify those scenes I saw in the hallucination. I must investigate thoroughly whether these continuous bizarre killings of the old district are truly connected to the remnants of Paradise. Rorod followed the direction Deathbird took, and soon arrived near the bar she had visited earlier in the day. Rorod, gunshots! The direction seems to be towards the bar! Be careful, I smell blood. Let's get closer and observe the situation first. Rorod ducked into the shadow of the buildings like a cat. Like a cat? Moving swiftly while trying her best to stay concealed. Soon she arrived on the street where the bar's entrance was located, and the scene was more brutal than she had imagined. Several corpses were scattered on the street outside, blood painted across the ground like pigment. Did I play that to do all this? How freaking disgusting! Rorod, let's root her out completely. Don't rush. The gunfire has stopped. Is the battle over? Looks like someone came out of the bar! Hearing the assistant robot warning, Rorod immediately hid behind a billboard. Immediately following that, she saw those armed people wearing black robes, escorting some of the wounded. They walked past us on the street ahead. Ominous scenes from her memory were instantly awakened, because the attire of these people closely resembled the cult Rorod knew of. These guys, they don't seem like Anita's. Are they Paradise followers? But there's no trace of Deathbird. Wait, isn't that the Dagger Gang who were throwing their weight around during the day? Why are they being dragged along like dead dogs now? Rorod suppressed the urge to go up and grab them, continuing to observe from the shadows. Not far away, survivors of the Dagger Gang, as well as some wounded, who looked like bar patrons, were being escorted by these suspicious figures, slowly walking towards a truck at the street corner. Is that the cargo for the night? Yes, we have already filtered them among you, according to your requirements. The person standing in front of the truck, who looked like the leader, stopped one of them at this moment, as if carefully examining his face. Who are you people? Where are you trying to take us? This person is too old. Useless. The cultist suddenly shot the man, and before the latter could even realize what had happened, he had already become one of those corpses on the street. The dozen or so people being escorted by the cultists let out screams of terror. Some tried to escape but were knocked to the ground with rifle butts and the other cultists guarding them. Damn it, I can't watch this anymore! Robot, you don't step in, I'm gonna wreck this campus myself! No choice. We can't let there be any more victims. Save those people first! Executing captives? These guys are total trash! It seems that everyone they're loading onto the trucks are relatively young people. You mean they're kidnapping hostages based on age criteria? Don't know why yet. Let's prioritize rescuing the hostages. Ha! You're too old man. Shoot him. I see something. One gray hair on your beard. Shoot him. Taking advantage of hiding in the shadows to strike first, Robot eliminated the enemies near the truck one after another and rescued the hostages inside. You're the doll who met with Boss Vityas during the day? Where is Vityas? Where did he go? The boss escaped under the cover of a few cadres. The enemy is searching for them. I don't know what their situation is. Is this the biggest gang in the old town? How unreliable. Hurry and go before the enemies elsewhere discover you. Robot told the rescued people to evacuate to their neighboring streets. She noticed that among them were not only that gang members, but also many nearby residents. It seems their target wasn't just the gang. They were selecting the other people in the old town to abduct. Robot, watch out! Just then, a cold gleam brushed past Robot's cheek, bearing fierce killing intent. Thanks to Mimi sounding the alarm, she instantly dodged to the side, avoiding a sudden attack in the nick of time. A rat intruding on the purification ritual. Do you have any last words before receiving judgment? Is that damn crow from earlier? I knew it! She really is an encagoose with those cultists. I didn't see her weapon. Is it hidden under her robe? Realizing the opponent was relying on sharp weapons, Robot quickly pulled back to open up distance. You are not the target of purification. You should have been grateful to destiny and lived up to its blessing. However, if you attempt to cross that line, their sins will taint you as well. Don't be careless. There are other cultists nearby. However, the dead bird's companions had already surrounded her. Seeing no way to retreat, Robot had to fall back behind a sturdy cover, maintaining a standoff with the enemy. The old district fell into depravity because of the large number of gangs and criminals. The Dagger Gang is the root of all evil. Therefore, I will respond to the wishes of the believers and eradicate them all. Detective who upholds justice in the Satellite City, why do you hinder my destiny? Didn't expect you to still recognize me. The only detective in the Satellite City who assesses commissions in Frontline District. I heard rumors about you. I've always considered you to be a force, sharing the same rationality as me, that pushes for the purification of the old district. I must say, I'm a bit surprised. Who would have thought that a former paradise would become so righteous as to actually help crack down on the gangs here? Then why don't you tell us your battle results? How is Vidyas doing now? Vidyas is currently evading judgment, but it's only a matter of time. It seems you haven't caught him yet. That guy is tough to deal with. He used to be a soldier who survived the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the battlefield. I'll accept that the Dagger Gang is guilty of heinous crimes and deserves to be hunted down by you. But what about executing prisoners and abducting residents just now? They are accomplices too, lackeys who transported weapons and built strongholds for the Dagger Gang. By your logic, I'm afraid everyone in the old district is guilty. Here, many people are forced onto the path of crime. In order to survive, they had to work for the gangs. Of course, I understand your thinking. Rather than taking the trouble to judge them one by one, it's better to just sweep them away. After all, I've had that thought too. Holy crap, did your chip short circuit? Resonating with the murderer here? You're not like her, okay? No matter how much I despise evil, I will firmly hold on to the bottom line of my heart. Because this is a sense of justice I inherited from the commander. There are many different ways to change the current situation in the old district, but no matter what method is used, Paradise is a cancer that must be eradicated. How nice of Paradise to just stand there and let her talk. Paradise. Their fate is but a facade seen by the world. The sect they molded is filth that ought to be washed away, while what I act upon is true revelation. Destiny is pure and flawless. Only under the right guidance can this crude world be saved. Remember it well. Crimson Angels is our true name. Robot observed the group of people before her. Although their attire bore some resemblance to Paradise, it clearly lacked a sense of high tech, and the weapons they wielded were quite crude. They all seemed to be true humans, which was also different from the Paradise of the past. Even if you change your forms, your essence's madness is still the same. The enemy numbers are large. Robot might not be a match for them in a head-on fight. Just as she was formulating a strategy, the piercing sound of police sirens came from not far away. It's a security force of vehicles! Detective, this is my final advice. Put away your pale sense of justice. Justice unacknowledged by destiny will only be swallowed by darkness and reduced to nothingness in the abyss of this old town. The Deathbird was clearly startled by the sudden sirens, as she quickly issued the order to retreat. Under the tight cover of other members, she and her followers quickly retreated like a receding tide. The security personnel surrounded the area, and the Deathbird flew into the night. And the bullet holes and a dozen or so corpses left on the street became the final curtain call to this tragedy. I would say that is a unique portrait, but I know it's not. Freeze! Drop your weapons! Wilrod helplessly erased her hands. She knew that explaining the situation clearly to these security personnel next wouldn't be an easy task either. Yeah, Crimson Angels. What a unique name. Not. By the time Wolfrod finally escaped the lengthy and tedious interrogation by the security personnel, it was already early morning the next day outside the window. She hadn't rested all night, and even as a doll, she felt a bit fatigued. Doll's feeling tired? Oh no. Okay. And during this long interrogation, Mimi was confiscated by the security department as important physical evidence, temporarily leaving Robot's side. Booting up. Welcome to Scanner Robot Investigation System. ID Mimi. Performing system self-check. Robot retrieved Mimi from the evidence storage. After confirming it was intact, she performed a reboot operation. The security department thoughtfully charged Mimi up, which could be considered the only humane service provided during the entire interrogation process. All data loaded. Booting personalized module. I finally crawled out of that security squad's crappy gateway. I say, partner, have you been getting interrogated by them this whole time? What do you think? They made me watch a puppet show all night, going back and forth with the same bureaucratic red tape. But it wasn't completely without gain. I saw the Decker Gang member we rescued in an interrogation room. He happened to be the one responsible for investigating the Honorable Merchant, and he told me a few things about her. I'm finally hearing some human speech. What did he say? According to him, before that person disappeared, she had been investigating a case in the old district. Investigating a case? Could it be? Right. Since a few months ago, a large number of people have been constantly going missing in the old district. This is considered the beginning of the subsequent series of bizarre killings. And the Honorable Merchant disappeared while investigating this exact case. So you mean the person we're looking for just happens to be connected to Paradise? Damn it! We really should have caught Deathbird earlier. Deathbird is currently the prime suspect of the Security Administration for the serial murders, and in Paradise, they call themselves the Crimson Angels. In reality, I am still reluctant to believe that Paradise, which was destroyed by the Commander, could resurrect again. If only I could contact him. It's times like this that I realize how reassuring it would be to have the Commander around. Don't worry, Rod. That's the Commander! He must have figured out Paradise was still alive a long time ago. No, he didn't. Rod was lost in her thoughts of the Commander when a communicator's ringtone chimed at an inopportune moment. Who was it? Talk about not reading the room, calling at a time like this? Ah, it's the boss. Speaking of which, he sent a message earlier saying he pulled an all-nighter to finish the work. Yeah, typically, they're searching Robot's neural cloud, and it is going to be majority flashback, yeah. 2 years ago. You remember, right? The commission to help the rich young miss find her childhood playmate in the Yellow Zone. Of course I remember. Wilrod calmed herself down and turned on her communicator. Good morning, Wilrod. So, I cleared up everything you asked me to investigate. How is it? Are those names related to the missing persons? Just as you expected. Half of the people on that list are missing persons from around the Satellite City in the past few years. The specific dates of disappearances and the approximate locations of disappearance, I sent them to you in an email. However, there's one more thing. It's about that client. She suddenly contacted me this morning, saying she hopes you could find the time to speak with her personally. Judging by your tone, it sounds like things aren't just that simple. Yes, well, the client, she wants to cancel the investigation as commission, saying she has been threatened by some people. The headquarters of the security department was located in the bustling commercial district of the Solid City, surrounded by various restaurants and cafes. Rolrod walked into the nearest one, ordering a cup of black tea in a corner seat, attempting to lift her spirits with his familiar bitterness. The morning sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The streets were orderly, and the series of events that happened in the old district last night seemed to have no impact here, as if it were a story from another world. I mean, partner, what's so good about this black tea anyway? When the mind is trapped in the labyrinth of a case, a cup of black tea is the best beverage. I get it. That's how it's portrayed in a lot of detective shows. Well, for detective shows, you usually have a cigar too. Don't undermine me. Famous detectives all have some unique hobbies, like playing the violin, grooming their mustache, or drinking hot chocolate. Alright, I'll admit you look the part when you're holding a cup. For the highly confident detective Rolrod, this kind of self-expression is indispensable too, isn't it? Tobacco pipe, that's true too. This isn't blind confidence. For comes from the results I've achieved in missions so far. Did I say this phrase recently? I don't remember you ever saying such a thing. I've been having strange moments of deja vu recently. It seems I need some rest after completing this commission. After downing the last drop of black tea in her cup, Rolrod opened the client's email forwarded by the boss just now. In stark contrast to the brief subject line, the body contained a lengthy and apologetic explanation. But there was only one main point. The investigation is terminated. I mean, this person is really weird, having investigated for so long, only to terminate it now. It's nothing strange. This is the case of the old district after all. Rolrod didn't explain further, and promptly dialed the client's contact number. Hello? Is this Detective Rolrod? I am Rolrod, in charge of investigating this case. I have understood the situation you detailed in your email. I am truly sorry. If this has caused any losses to the agency, I am willing to pay the corresponding penalty fee. Surprisingly, the voice of a gentle, slightly apologetic young woman came through the comms. After seeing her appearance, Rolrod quickly established a profile of her in her neural cloud. An elite family young lady, under 25, highly educated, but lacking social experience. It's fine. I've already heard the reason from the boss. It seems you were under some pressure and had to cancel the commission, right? Yes, you know everything now. If it's convenient, could you tell me who's threatening you? The ones pressuring me are the Solid City Security Department. The Security Department? Rolrod began to ponder in her neural cloud. She knew that investigating the cases in MAS-02 would never go smoothly once the old district was involved. And this wasn't just because it was outside the jurisdiction of security. The biggest reason came from the financial backers behind those gangs. Take the Decker gang, for example. Behind Vityaz are more than one White Stone company providing him with long-term financial support. And all this was for profit. The chaotic security in the old district was not only conducive to smuggling, but was also a paradise for certain criminal activities necessary for corporate development. They said Yanina's matters involves some political issues, and if I hired a detective to investigate on my own, I might face retaliation. Redrod originally felt that compared to the commissions to find the underground broker, this case of Yanina's shouldn't have too many entanglements. But now it seems that even if the security department can be influenced by the powers behind the scenes, it proves that the undercurrents are far more turbulent than imagined. I understand. For your safety, I will terminate the rest of the investigation. However, I also do not wish for it to end just like this. Based on the clues gathered so far, I already have a rough conjecture. If you're willing, I can tell you my investigation conclusion so far. This part will not incur any charges. You are too kind. Even if it's just a guess, that's fine. I am indeed very concerned about what happened back then. What exactly happened that day? Where is the church I saw? And Yanina? Who exactly is she? Detective Welrod, if you already know the truth, please do tell me. Let's treat this as a warm-up. Before continuing the investigation into the Underground Brokers incident, let's wrap up this commission first. The case began with a letter from the client. Many years ago, she met Yanina in the old district, and the two became friends. However, when she woke up the next day, she found herself back at home, and everything was just like a dream. The first thing I need to confirm is, was that memory a real experience? Is the client's memory just a dream? Ah, fuck! Well, Yanina does in fact exist. She was on the video. The authenticity of the client's experience should be beyond doubt. Yanina did indeed existed in the old district, and the Drifter's Inn appearance matches the client's description. These are concrete proofs. However, the client's parents wanted to hide this experience. There must be some hidden reason behind this. Why do the client's parents want to hide the truth? Yeah. I don't recall this being talked about, though. I don't recall any mention whatsoever about parents being involved. So why did the client's parents want to hide the truth? I'll go sense danger, see what happens. Because I don't know. The client described in the letter that after she returned from the old district, her parents tightened their supervision over her. But just restricting her freedom wasn't enough. They also wanted the client to completely forget this matter, thoroughly dispelling any thoughts that she had of going to the old district. It's obvious that the client's parents are afraid. To protect their daughter and themselves, they don't want to be involved with Yanina or the old district in any way. Yanina's parents were trying to cover something up. There should be signs to prove it. We made a deal with someone. The transfer sent to the old district mentioned in the letter is very suspicious. The client's parents had made a deal with someone or some faction. They didn't want this to be known, so they pretended nothing ever happened. Although we don't know where that money went yet, judging by the time of the transfer, it must be related to Yanina. Perhaps by uncovering Yanina's identity, we can understand what this money was used for. What is the key evidence pointing to Yanina's identity? Her identity? Should be a damaged video, right? Because it showed her, the scar on her cheek. Although the video reveals some information, it doesn't seem to have much to do with this case. Although I'm very curious about the person who filmed the video, why were her biological traces not left behind? Let's determine Yanina's identity first. In that case, it's the drugs. Not enough. The presence of the illicit drugs proving that it was involved in illegal activities, but it doesn't point directly to her identity. At least more direct evidence of crime. Okay, it's to an account page then. Exactly. It's that strange hotel account page. Wait, who's answering you? Like, who is she asking and who's answering? Is she just talking to herself right now? Is she answering herself and then asking herself questions and then answering? And like the client's like, what the fuck are you doing? Exactly. It's that strange hotel account page. Judging from the amounts on it, something is clearly wrong. In fact, that wasn't a hotel check-in log at all, because a significant portion of the people on it appeared on the missing persons list. The conclusion is obvious. It's a human trafficking list, and Yanina is undoubtedly one of the criminals. The hotel she ran was not a haven for the homeless, but a trap hiding murderous intent. There is no doubt that the client was also one of the targets, but she was a White Zone elite after all, and thus was rescued in the end. And the price was that large sum transfer, the ransom paid by the client's parents. Based on current clues, that's roughly what we can deduce. It's confirmed. The so-called beautiful memory was actually an act of kidnapping. Let's tell the client the truth. Yanina is a criminal? Yes, just as I deduced. All signs indicate that she is a member of the human trafficking ring. The so-called Drifters Hotel is actually also a tool for crime, used to attract drifters and illegal refugees. Then what about the church I saw? Why did Yanina take me there? I've done a general investigation, and there is no church in the area where Yanina lives. So the visions you saw might not have been completely real. Perhaps they were just caused by hallucinogenic drugs. Hallucinogenic drugs? Is this, Udis, I believe they call it? A stimulant heavily circulated in the old district. It appeared in the video Yanina recorded. Yanina is just a weak woman, but with this drug, she could easily overpower adults much larger than her. You might have been taken by her to a location associated with human trafficking, and mistook it for a church. You should have sensed it too, right? That encounter was not normal. In the old district, no one helps others for no reason, for the sake of survival via a journey like this. Just as Robot expected, faced with the cruel conclusion she revealed, the client on the other end of the comms fell into a long silence. Thank you. But in the end, she heard an earnest expression of gratitude from the other side. The client seemed to reflect on it and chose to accept this painful truth. For some reason, even though I'm very upset, I've also come to understand a few things. I've lived in the White Zone since I was young, so I have no real sense of the crime in the Solid City. Recently, I took over my father's company and gradually began to see the evil hidden behind the prosperity of Moss here. I think I know what this evil is now. You are very insightful. Commendable. Robot updated her impression of her in her neural cloud. This rich Missy from the Whitestone is very naive, but also very upright. The situation in the old district needs some change. Perhaps one day I'll be able to do something. By the way, Director Wellrod, regarding the Unita criminal organization you mentioned just now, I have some more clues. This isn't a commission, I just thought this clue might help you catch those criminals. Is information you didn't explain your commission letter previously? Yeah, because at that time I still didn't believe that experience was linked to crime. But actually, I've already felt it. Because when Unita took me to that church, I secretly brought something back. During the call, the client stepped out of the camera's view, seemingly searching for something in her room. She returned to her seat shortly after, holding a rusted white emblem in her hand. I felt especially happy when Unita took me to the church. I got so excited that I accidentally pulled the decorative emblem off the altar and hid it inside my sleeve out of fear of getting caught. Wait, this emblem is... Robot looked at the emblem in surprise, repeatedly comparing it to the images in her neural cloud memories. It was a white pattern composed of a compass and a rhombus, seemingly symbolizing some kind of order. However, Robot knew very well that every time it appeared, it only brought death and suffering to the innocent. A Paradise emblem? Bathroom break, I'll be right back.
She has no eyes.
So one thing I wonder about is how come during all this time there has been no rival factions that popped up? Like everyone just decided that Paradise was like the best place to be evil at. Something I'm curious about. And why they decided to make that writing decision. Maybe they just want to keep things simple. But it would be more realistic if they were just... when Paradise was destroyed, they would have done like some splintering, and then there'd just be like small subsets of what Paradise used to be. And yes, that's true. At least according to Reverse Collapse files. Yeah, Paradise has been around well before William was a thing. I'm sure the current Paradise isn't unified. They've always never been like that unified. But basically they're all using the same name, is what I'm basically saying. Well, I guess there's Unitas, but Unitas is literally just Paradise. I guess that's what I mean. I want to see more factions like Unitas. But Unitas were just phased out completely, and they're just Paradise now. Detective Wellrod, due to communication lines on an intercontinental train, I am unable to contact you in real time, so I can only use this email to book our upcoming itinerary. I believe you haven't forgotten the commission I gave you 3 years ago to investigate the death of my older brother, Bowden. He was killed by members of the criminal organization known as the Dagger Gang. Although the killers were quickly apprehended, many mysteries were left behind. First is the mysterious death of the suspects in prison. Second is my niece, Elena. As Bowden's only daughter, she has long been forbidden from receiving visits by the Security Administration Department under the guise of witness protection. I haven't heard any news of her for a long time. However, just recently, I have acquired some new leads. Just as I suspected, Vidyas, the leader of the Dagger Gang, is closely connected to this case. I have discovered some clues and might be able to pin down his whereabouts. Therefore, great detective, I urgently hope to discuss this further with you. I will arrive in the Shalai City tonight. Please forgive the intrusion. If it's convenient, please contact me at any time. During my stay at MAS-02, I'll be residing at this address. Awaiting your arrival. Year 27X, about 2 weeks after the previous case ended. Inside the detective agency in Shalai City, MAS-02, the faint aroma of black tea wafted through the air as always. When Robot discovered this email lying in her inbox, she immediately put down the teacup in her hand. Forgot the other scientists was to make T-dolls get impregnated. You're talking about Caldwell. Scarlett Caldwell is her full name. The email was sent yesterday? Busy tracking down the Honorable Merchant and the Crimson Angels case, she had handed over other commissions to Boss. Therefore, she didn't notice his email containing the important information in time. Robot immediately tried to contact the sender, but the other party didn't answer. Is it too early? The clock in the room had just passed 6 a.m., and the detective doll had gone another night without rest. Robot wasn't impervious to fatigue. Sinking into the sofa, she took off her glasses and rubbed her face. Sergi. I remember this person. As recounted in the letter 3 years ago, shortly after Warrot's first arrived in Salt Lake City, Sergi had hired her to investigate a murder case involving the Dagger Gang. Warrot conducted some investigations at the time, but in the end, the security department quickly solved the case, and the commission was abruptly terminated. He says he knows Vidya's whereabouts. Looks like I'll need to make a trip personally. The sky was still dark, but a layer of leaden gray clouds could be seen hanging low over the city. Robot decided to head straight for the address mentioned in Sergi's letter. However, according to her past experience, gloomy and stifling days like this usually don't bring anything good. Looking at the sky, looks like it isn't going to rain. Looks like it is going to rain. Mimi, check the weather forecast for me. Mimi? Are you still in sleep mode? After a long while without a response from her assistant robot, Robot got up from the sofa. The agency was as quiet as usual. There was no one else besides her. She noticed the two of us. We had to be careful when speaking. From a dim corner deep within the room came the faint sound of conversation, intermittent like whispers. Time jumps here. This is the second locked memory segment. Is someone talking to agency? Robot nerves instantly tensed up. Lightening her steps, she silently approached the direction the voice was coming from. The investigation into Project Oracle had also hit a bottleneck. Currently, the most effective lead is still Deathbird. That's right. There must be information on the Shepherd among them. When Robot cautiously approached that corner, there was no one there. Nothing at all. The faint sound of conversation also abruptly ceased, as if it had never occurred. Project Oracle? The Shepherd? Robot fell into a brief daze. She remembered experiencing hallucinations during her previous investigation, but the result of a comprehensive neural cloud check afterwards showed everything was normal. This actually made her feel quite uneasy. Just at that moment, the assistant robot suddenly crawled out from under the sofa, breaking silence in the agency. Sigh. Even though I am an assistant robot, surely I wouldn't be left without even a bed to sleep on. Mimi, was that just you talking just now? I didn't say anything. Do you need to go see an ontologist? It's just me here. Would I be talking to? Well, talking to, right? I've been having hallucinations a lot lately. Like yesterday in the old district, I also had a brief crash. Wait. What do you mean by yesterday? Being Deathbird was 2 weeks ago. That's right. What's going on? I feel like that incident didn't happen that long ago. Hold on. Oops, my bad. In that hallucination, I saw a strange scene. A village by a lake with almost no trace of modern society. A place like that exists? How rare! Outside the green zones is almost entirely pollution. And in reality, the missing merchant, paired to disappearing in the old district, and the girl named Nina, has also been proven to be connected to this case. Perhaps too many things happened all at once, making me a bit confused. Never mind, end the topic. Get ready, we should be heading out. Robot specifically checked the satellite city weather before leaving. It wasn't going to be rain today. However, due to the clouds seeding in the white zone, the entire MAS-02 satellite city was shrouded in a thick fog. Visibility was extremely low. Wellrod felt as if she was surrounded by a sea of mist. Where are we going? Not even at 8 AM training sessions start this early. To find a client named Sergi. He seems to know where Vityas is. Vityas? Why are you looking for him? Although it's an unnecessary explanation, I'll reluctantly answer your question. To investigate the whereabouts of the Honorable Merchant, we needed to find Deathbird, the leader of the Crimson Angels. I know. So? We've been searching the old district for 2 weeks and haven't found any trace of this group, so searching directly is useless. Think back. Deathbird wants to carry out a so-called purification, which is eradicating the sins of the old district. The Dagger Gang is her primary target. Alright, I get it. You want to use those cowards as a stepping stone to find Deathbird, right? It's a decent plan. Better than not doing it at all. Wait. Why suddenly stop again? You did the same thing yesterday in the old district. Not yesterday, that was 2 weeks ago. Eh? Oh, right. I didn't expect I could make a mistake too. And now? What did you find this time? Someone is aiming at us. Nonsense, this fog is so thick. You can't see anything clearly, okay? Even if you can't see, there are many signs that can give away clues, such as a red light refracting in the fog. Remaining calm, Rorod directed the assistant to look at the dim alleyway on the left. Is that a laser sight? Looks like as long as we step into the alley, these people will attack. Bring it on then. Let's see who's tougher. I was still considering whether to take a detour, but your reaction makes me feel like I was overthinking things. Alright then. Let's test the water to see what kind of group this is. Oh, what kind of group? It's the Viagers! They're like raptures. Suddenly raptures. Thanks, boy. Oh, wait, there's 2 more. I can't thank you yet. Thanks, Sapo. Warrock, get down! The fighting in a thick fog was unexpectedly difficult. With no visibility at first, Warrock was temporarily pinned down behind the cover by the enemy. Elevation 30 degrees. You're 11 o'clock. Some coward hiding behind a window thinks I can't see him. However, as Mimi took control of the surveillance cameras with infrared mode on the street, the tide of the battle immediately turned. Trying to fight from behind? That's it? Under my surveillance? What's the difference between this and them streaking? With intel becoming unilaterally transparent, there is absolutely no suspense in the ensuing battle. Huh! Did you see that? This is the power of a professional hacker! Realizing they were no match, the enemies hiding in a thick fog chose to retreat. Those are people from the Dagger Gang. Huh? How do you know that? I fought them many times. Even through a layer of fog, I can identify them by their general attire. Then why the hell are these bastards blocking the way here? Didn't Vigas already call a truce with you? I don't know. But my feeling is they don't want me getting close to the area ahead. True. They didn't shoot at first. But why? Could it be something shady behind this street ahead? Let's find Sergi first. I don't want to waste time here anymore. Wilrod hesitated for a moment, and finally decided not to pursue it any further. Speaking of which, who is that Sergi guy? And how does he know Vidya's whereabouts? He is considered a public figure on the internet, having been active in Mozhir's local social media for the past few years. Sergi has been outspoken on his programs, accusing companies in the White Zone of colluding with evil forces in the Old District. As a result, he is very well known among the lower class populace in the Satellite City. Therefore, he might indeed have learned some information from his viewers that I can't access. Heh. It's like he's a cyber expert, though obviously far inferior to me. Speaking of which, just now, how are you able to hack into the cameras? Mimi, you're becoming more of a mystery. As an investigative assistant robot, why do you have a hacking module installed? Yeah, that's something I learned on my own. Is that not allowed? Do you really think I'd be fooled by such an excuse? So annoying. Does this have anything to do with what you're investigating right now? Can you just drop it? Tell you what, after this incident's over, I'll explain to you in detail. Wolvar said no more. She clearly had accepted Mimi's bizarre behavior, but also knew she shouldn't probe into it here. While deep in thought, Wolvar had already arrived at the area where Sergi lived. This place was located on the border between the new and old districts. The streets were narrow and the facilities were extremely old. Wolvar walked into an alley. Obscured by the thick fog, the faces of passersby faded in and out of view, like ghosts wandering the streets. Just then, she noticed several security personnel rushing in the exact same direction as herself. Why is there a street sign here? It's all rusted! Does it say anything? Modern Home Orphanage. There's actually a charitable facility in a dump like this? Bowden? Wait, isn't that name... At this moment, Robot noticed several security personnel rushing in the same direction she was. Wait, what's going on? Why are so many security personnel? Did something happen nearby? Soon, deep within the thick fog, a flickering red light caught Robot's attention. It was a flashing of police lights, indicating that some kind of emergency had occurred ahead. Sorry, you can't go any further. Several heavily armed security personnel surrounded the entrance of an old apartment building, looking solemn. Yellow caution tape had already been set up on both sides of the road, cordoning off the scene from the outside world. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Hello. Please allow me to ask what happened here. Robot pulled a business card from her pocket and handed it to a security officer at the very front, who looked like the captain. I am a detective. I came here to discuss a commission with Mr. Sergi on the 3rd floor of the department. The security officer took the business card, paused for a moment, then pulled down the brim of his hat, a trace of complex emotion flashing through his eyes. He stammered, ultimately spitting out the following words. Mr. Sergi was found dead in the department. He was murdered. Oh no! Information change. Gotta wait for the login info to reconfigure. Or refresh. Better word to put it. But he was murdered. "8 a.m. 3rd floor of the apartment, room 301. The morning sunlight was obscured by thick clouds, leaving the room dimly lit. Yeah, somewhere around that time, yeah. I usually get it around 4 o'clock, and the reason why I didn't get the refresh now, I got it now and not at 4, is because I was in the middle of cutscene. That's why. Oh, by 4 I mean 4 Central. I'm in Texas, so. The thick fog outside the window, looking like a living hand, silently seeped into the room through the cracks. It brought a biting chill that crept beneath the uniforms of every investigator, sending shivers down their spines. The victim was from the White Zone. He took the intercity train into the satellite city the night before and subsequently stayed alone in room 301 at the apartments. The time of death is estimated to be during the few hours between late last night and dawn today. The landlord of this apartment was the first to discover this crime scene. As soon as Wilrod was granted access to the scene, she smelled a thick, nauseating scent of blood permeating the room. Despite her rich experience in handling cases, she was still shocked by the sight before her. It's a Texan? I'm actually not a Texan. I just moved here like 10 years ago. No, actually be 15 years ago at this point. 15 years. In this rather small apartment suite, shocking splatters of blood covered everywhere. On the floor, the surfaces of the walls, and even the ceiling. Stay hydrated. Thanks, Lonchan, appreciate it. That's long enough. Yeah, I'm a converted Texan, I guess you can say. AR-15? A bizarre serial murder? The body had already taken away from the scene. Oh, the body had already been taken away from the scene. But when Wilrod saw the position of the deceased marked with the white tape on the floor, she immediately recalled that this case had caused a sensation in the old district. The body was right in the center of the room. Around it, the massive amount of blood loss formed a pool of blood, casting the entire room in a crimson hue. You know what? There actually is a lot of steak around here. Not gonna lie. I didn't have a Ford F-150, but I did have a Ford Ranger. Is that good enough? To avoid stepping in the blood, the forensic team from the security department could only pinch their noses and investigate cautiously. The apartment landlord and the victim are niece and uncle. According to her, Sergi came to Sally City to visit her, and the two hadn't seen each other for several years. What was the state of the body when it was discovered? The body was lying prone on the floor, with knife wounds on the neck and wrist causing multiple arterial ruptures and bleeding, which is why the blood is everywhere. Does all this blood belong to the victim? Yes. Forensics tested it. There is no one else's blood. Though, usually, even a severed artery wouldn't cause this massive bleeding. It's speculated that someone intentionally drained his blood. What was the process of discovering the body like? It was 7 in the morning. The landlord got up to deliver breakfast to the deceased, only to find the door was locked from the inside with a chain lock. A chain lock? Just to confirm, you mean the kind of chain lock that often appears in tennis shows, which can only be locked from the inside? Yes, because this apartment building is quite old. The electronic locks were installed later, but the traditional chain locks were retained. With the chain lock engaged, the door can only be opened a crack, and no one can enter. However, because there was blood everywhere in the room, the landlord spotted the bloodstains through the gap in the door, so she immediately went downstairs and found some security personnel patrolling across the street. Wilrod walked through the door and found that the chain lock was broken. That was the story was told by the first security personnel to arrive at the scene. Hey, you, new guy! Over here for a second. Ah! Is a harem protagonist! Not in this game though. That role's already taken. There's only one. But he looked like he could actually be in a harem. Yes. Is that you, Mel Rover? Exactly. Let me introduce you. This is an autonomous doll, Detective Railrod. She has solved many major crimes to date and is currently investigating at that Crimson Angel gang. The investigation team has decided to grant authorization, allowing her to assist us in solving this murder case. You were the first of the security personnel to arrive at the scene. Tell me, what happened? Right. Well, the landlord and I, we used tools to break the chain lock. Why did the landlord look for you after discovering the bloodstains? Do you know each other? Yeah, I was just patrolling across the city. Lately we often chat. They're banging. He is a harem antagonist in the making. The rookie security officer was tall and sturdily built, yet at this moment he seemed extremely stricken by stage fright. As he stammered out answers to Omar's questions, he couldn't help but avoid her gaze, his eyes drifting, his eyes darting around with unease. Are you afraid of dolls, or are you afraid of the blood on the floor? Huh? From the moment you entered the room, you've been avoiding looking over here. If it's not because I'm overly strict, then it can only be the bloodstains on the floor that make you uncomfortable. Am I wrong? Well, I am indeed a bit afraid of blood. This guy hasn't been with us for long. Detective Railrod, let me explain the situation to you instead. It's like, this guy's a pansy. My bad. After receiving the reports, this rookie went back to the scene with the landlord. Together, they used tools to cut the chain lock, and then they discovered the victim's body, right? Yes, we did check the room. Aren't you afraid of blood? Seeing such a grotesque scene, how could you still stay calm? The landlord reminded him to check. After all, the door was locked from the inside. It'd be bad if the killer was still hiding inside. Then what places did you check? Like checking the wardrobe, outside the window, and we also went into the bedroom to check under the bed and various storage cabinets. We didn't find anything suspicious. This guy was so scared he even forgot to turn on his video recording. Even reporting to the command center was done after checking the room, prompted by the landlord, right? Yeah, my bad. Less than 10 minutes after this, the others arrived at the scene and moved the body away from after completing the initial investigation. I think you guys should have noticed too. Such massive, unnatural bleeding. The characteristics of this crime scene match the murders that have occurred in the old district over the past few months. That mysterious organization of the old district, the Crimson Angels, and their string of serial killings, right? I heard that your visit to surgery today was also related to this case. Yes, so my current theory is that this organization is a major suspect. But there are suspicious points too. The previous victims were all discovered by accident long after they were missing. Their bodies had also been submerged for a long time, becoming rotting and swollen, which doesn't match Sergei's condition at all. Could it be that due to some unexpected circumstances they couldn't take the body away? After all, the killer didn't open the inside chain lock. Perhaps they realized someone was in the hallway and they had to escape through the window. The security captain led Railrod to the window. The moment he pushed it open, a cold mist immediately blew against their faces. Railrod looked down. Outside the window, right next to it, it was a secluded and narrow path several meters above the ground, with slippery mud and weeds below. Since the killer couldn't exit through the door, They must have left from here, but as you can see, there is nowhere to climb outside the window. If they jumped straight down, they would have definitely leave marks in the dirt, since it's not a hard road downstairs. The building opposite doesn't seem that far away. Right, the building opposite is a bit shorter than this one. If the killer is agile, or has auxiliary prosthetics installed, they could completely jump across. Robot saw that there were also security personnel conducting a survey on the roof opposite them. The roof is made of stone-hard bricks, which aren't easy to leave traces on. Have you found anything so far? Yeah, for sure. I will say, my brother, who went to Iraq for a few years, did have to kill quite a few people over there. So there's definitely a big difference between being in combat and a murder scene, for sure. Not yet. We're deploying more precise detection equipment and preparing for a detailed inspection of the surrounding area. Additionally, we're considering the possibility of a long-distance sniper kill or using a drone to commit the crime. But that doesn't quite match the situation at the scene. With the body in that condition, it'd be very difficult to commit the murder remotely. The killer must have been present at the scene. Yes, I completely agree with you. As expected of a doll specialized in solving cases, your logic is meticulous, much better than your average investigator. Your recast is also very clear. It's obvious you have rich investigative experience. If I may be so bold to ask, with your qualifications, you used to be stationed at headquarters directing personnel. Why were you sent to the scene? Robot pointed at the ID badge on the security captain's chest. Having dealt with Satellite City's security personnel before, she could tell at a glance that this captain was highly experienced and decorated with some numerous honors. Nothing strange. That's just how security departments at MAS-02 operates. Without a Whitestone background, your promotion ceiling was hit very quickly. Hello, random scientist. Captain, please come here for a moment. Anyway, I'm currently in charge of the scene. You can come to me at any time if you have any questions. The security captain turned and headed towards the forensics team. Robot gazed, followed him, as she pondered her next move. She could sense that the security captain had quite a bit of pent-up resentment in his heart. Perhaps she could use this to open a breakthrough for the investigation. Captain, we found his portrait. Does this have anything to do with this case? Not at present. It was locked in his cabinet and probably hadn't been touched for a long time. Should we seize it as evidence? Just make a record of it. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, the higher-ups will blame it on the field personnel again. Listening to their conversation, Robot also saw the painting of a forensics personnel mentioned. It was a portrait of an angel. The young girl in the painting wore a long robe, her face serene and profound, with a pair of pure white wings spreading behind her. Robot was somewhat entranced looking at it, but suddenly the woman in the portrait also seemed to move. Blood blurred her face. In her shock, Robot tried to call out to the people next to her, only to find she couldn't move. This feeling, is it that kind of hallucination from before? Immediately after, the rest of the information in her visual module was stripped away, leaving only the angel in the portrait continuing to lock eyes with her. Project Oracle, the Shepherd. Those strange words she heard in the morning also surfaced in her mind. Robot felt her frame lose balance. as if she had been thrown into the air. Immediately after, she found herself once again in that village by the lake. Neural self-check. No abnormalities. Frame function confirmation. No abnormalities. There are no problems whatsoever. Then why on earth am I seeing this? Well-Rod tried hard to suppress her astonishment. With her previous experience, she had become much calmer and quickly began to observe her surroundings. It was still that village, still that church. The lake water was still flowing slowly, and a solemn bell above the church was echoing rapidly in the wind. Well-Rod noticed the light of fire. Unlike the tranquil atmosphere from before, it seemed some incidents were happening in the village. An explosion suddenly rang out. Well-Rod saw light yellow smoke spreading across the clear sky. She headed towards the smoke, and from afar, she could hear the manic laughter mixed with pained groans. A miracle! Oh, this is a miracle! Please, grant us salvation! Their skin exposed to the air is showing signs of festering? Could this smoke be glass particles? What's happening here? Salvation is about to begin. You again, Deathbird! Did you make me see these visions? Could it be? During our last battle, you launched an attack on Neural Cloud? Deathbird didn't answer. She raised her hand and pointed to an empty space. Standing there was a girl covered in dust. Salvation. I also want to receive salvation. Together with everyone. Are you Yadina? Robot recognized her. It was the girl who had appeared in the video at the Container Hotel. Sister Ilya said, as long as I press the button, salvation will come. Yadina held a makeshift explosive, trembling as she reached out to touch the dangerous switch. An explosion sounded not far away. The nearby villagers had detonated their bombs, sending flesh and blood flying across the village clearing. So this is very similar to what happened in, I want to say it was Bombsdorf, when the commanders saved the Moklian. Probably why this music is playing, because it's so similar. There are also people who have bombs strapped to themselves and they blew themselves up. I actually joined the others too. Go to the other world to keep the Lady Saintess company. No, stop right now! Well-Rod quickly stepped forward, intending to snatch the bomb from the girl, only to find her body passing straight through without any resistance. I thought this isn't reality, but an illusion, my neural cloud. Answer me, are you the director of this boring play? You don't think you can disrupt my will with this kind of stuff, do you? No one can escape destiny. In the clearing, continuous explosions caused the yellow smoke containing glass particles to spread even faster. Just press it, and you'll be free. You'll find salvation. Signs of infection also appeared on Yadina's face, and the fear in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. No! I don't want to die! I'm scared! I want to live! I'm sorry, Sister Ilya! I'm sorry, Lady Saintess! Finally, the girl threw away the switch in her hand. She began dragging her desperate steps, fleeing out of the village. So that's why Yadina survived, and later went to the old district of MAS-02. Yeah, this is Bond stuff. Unless there are multiple lady scientists. That should have been Mok Lien. I think this is the same village. Welrod breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately after, the scenery before her eyes suddenly changed again. Okay, yeah, I was thinking some other thing. That's not relevant. Beg God for release. Those who reject salvation, confess your sins to God. I confess. I shouldn't have rejected the gods. Shouldn't have rejected salvation. This was the MAS-02 satellite city, and Yanina was amidst the ruins of the old district. She looked noticeably taller than before, except we didn't change the portrait, but you know, who's checking? But even more prominent was a scar on her left cheek, caused by the effects of collapsed radiation. It was an indelible mark left behind after the tragedy she experienced in the village. Please let me go. Please forgive my sins. Surrounded by those black-robed cultists, Yanina's figure appeared small and desperate. Although she left the village, it seemed she still couldn't escape Paradis's entanglement. And Welrod seemed to also understand why Deathbird wanted her to see all of this. The sense that those who reject salvation can never be washed away. Is this what you wanted to tell me? When Robot's consciousness returned to the crime scene once more, the scene before her eyes instantly switched from the illusory old district back to the apartment room. Mimi just happened to roll up to her feet, breaking her brief trance. The security measures of the security personnel's database is totally pathetic. I've hacked in. Guess what I found? Partner? Why you look so exhausted? I'm alright. Rolla closed her eyes, trying hard to shake off the hallucination from just now. Are you sure you're okay? Want me to use his powerful mechanical arm to give you a vigorous massage? No need. Tell me, what did you find in the database? Mimi circled Railrod a couple of times with some concern, as if to confirm she was really okay. If they start talking about Born Village, okay, got it. This is... I'm not sure if it's the latest version or not either, but I got this yesterday. So, unless you did it today, this should be the latest version. Alright, let's get down to business first. Look at this floor plan. It marks all the suspicious points the forensics team has found so far. The first suspicious point is here. The forensics team... Wait, what the fuck is this map? Actually, that's not bad. I shouldn't read anything on it. The first suspicious point is here. The forensics team found some of the victim's blood in the hallway. In the hallway? It must have splattered out when the victims were murdered. Was the door open during the incident? No. The bloodstains are a fair distance from the door, so it's highly unlikely that they were left during the murder. The forensics team's view is that the first person to discover the body accidentally contaminated the scene while entering and exiting the room, tracking blood out of the hallway. That cowardly security officer and the landlord? It's not impossible. The second suspicious point is that in the pool of blood where the body lay, they discovered the biological traces of another person. It neither belongs to the security officers who participated in the on-site investigation, nor to people who first discovered the body. Wait, didn't they say earlier that all the blood belonged to the victim? Blood is blood, but the information came from hair. Someone else's hair was mixed in with the pool of blood. Neither belonging to the on-site investigators, nor the first discoverers. Then it's highly likely this biological trace belongs to the killer. I think so too. However, the security personnel cross-referenced it with the Sally City's identity data, and it seems there are no matches. Could it be that he's not a resident of the Sally City? Not necessarily. Illegal immigrants or people from the old district might not leave identity records. Is there anything else? Clue 3. In the corner hallway, a coin was found with the deceased's bloodstains and fingerprints on it. In the hallway again. Why would something like that be at the crime scene appear here? Why should something that should be at the crime scene appear there? I'd like to know too. This is a commemorative shilling issued many years ago. It's currently out of circulation and only used in some special places. Could it be the victim liked to collect antiques? I didn't find any record of Sergi having such an interest, but since it has his fingerprints, it should prove it was an item he held while he was alive. I understand. Is that all for now? Clue 4! Why is there more? Can you just say it all at once? So impatient. Relax, relax. This is the last one. And according to my logic, module judgment, this is also the most bizarre point. Don't keep me in suspense. I don't want guessing games with things like this. Huh, ironic. That is, the body had been moved over a long distance. Moved? How did they arrive at that conclusion? Forensics analyzed the blood distribution in the room and concluded that the victim either crawled or was moved over a long distance after death. And the direction of movement was from the corridor to the room. Corridor? Wasn't the door locked at the time of the crime? Yes. That's why this conclusion is so strange. The other investigators are currently quite puzzled as well. Robot fell in deep thoughts. Even if the forensics team was careless, they should have made a mistake on such an obvious conclusion. Bloodstains and coins appeared in the hallway. The body had been moved, and the direction was even entering the room from the hallway. Robot suddenly had a bold thought. Could it be the crime scene wasn't here? Eh? That's impossible. Even if the body could be moved, what about the bloodstains? Wasn't the blood extracted? It could just be transferred over in a container. That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Then where's the real crime scene? I don't know yet. It seems we need to ask more carefully about the situation when the body was discovered. Warvard found the security captain who was assigned tasks at the door and requested to question the first discoverers of the body. If you're looking for Miss Elena, she's right next door in room 302. Miss Elena? Wait, you're saying the first discoverer of this case, who is also the landlord of this apartment building, is named Elena? Yeah, did I tell you? Miss Elena is the victim's niece. She promised to stay in room 302 and be available for questioning at any time. It's not her first time getting involved in a murder case, so she is very calm. Perhaps she's gotten used to it. Rod immediately thought of Sergi's letter from that morning. The case she investigated 3 years ago resurfaced in her memory. The painter murdered in Monsieur and his missing daughter, Elena. Just in case, let me ask. The landlord you mentioned, is her father's name Bodon? Huh? Yeah. Miss Lena's father was murdered by a gang of robbers 2 years ago. But that case has already been cracked, and the killer died in prison. It shouldn't have anything to do with the current case, right? Sergi asked me here today originally to talk about that case. And now he suddenly died in the apartment, and the key witness Elena actually appeared at the scene as well. What do you mean? I don't think this is a coincidence. Bodan's death and Sergi's murder, these 2 cases, separated by several years, must be connected in some way. And Batsu, I do appreciate your hard work on these translations. It's much better than using my own dinky third-party software, where I get strange names, and I had to use my deciphering codes in order to understand things. Like your MC being labeled Lua Liam. That was pretty fun. The day of the incident, 11:10 a.m., in front of the apartment. Although the morning's thick fog has somewhat dissipated, an uncomfortable dampness still lingered in the air. Not long ago, in this lingering mist, Welrod interrogated Elena. However, this key witness was evasive in her answers, and results did not satisfy Welrod. And I guess we're getting a portrait of her, so I guess she's not important. So after finishing the interrogation, Welrod decided to find a security captain in charge of the scene again. You're suddenly offering to buy me coffee? I didn't expect the doll to be so savvy in human relations. Regarding Bodan's murder, I now need to know more details, especially concerning Elena. Didn't you ask her yourself? She's only willing to answer questions related to this case, but refuses to disclose anything about Bodan's death. Welrod bought a can of coffee from the vending machine downstairs and handed it to the security captain beside her. Then she took out a can of black tea and kept it for herself. My intuition tells me that these 2 cases must be connected. Bodan is the older brother of the victim, Sergi, and the first person to discover the body in this case was his daughter. This family has been entangled in 2 murder cases spanning several years. There must be some secret behind it. I understand now. You specifically invited me out for coffee to fish for internal investigation data from the security department about this case through me. I searched into Bodan's death before, but didn't go too deep. Now that I need to investigate this case, the Security Administration's data is indispensable. I'm sorry, but I don't have the authority to disclose it without permission. I might need to apply it to my superiors first. You know how it goes. Though I add a whole bunch of approval procedures, and the golden window for solving a murder case is only 72 hours. You can be a bit more flexible. That way you can better fulfill your duties. What do you mean? We can cooperate. You provide me with some intel, and I will let you take all the credit for solving the case. Don't you need backing within the Security Administration? I can provide that for you. Robot Pot opened the can and held it up to the security captain with a toasting gesture. Trying to bribe me, run an experienced investigator with just a can of coffee? Never seen a doll like you before. This isn't just a can of coffee. It also contains your future prospects and ideals. I promise I will never make you do anything against your conscience, and you can choose to back out at any time. The security captain hesitated for a moment, his gaze shifting back and forth between Welrod's firm eyes and the coffee in his hands. Finally, he raised his coffee and lightly clinked it against Welrod's can. You know, for a guy so important, you'd think he would have a unique portrait. But I guess they want to avoid the Raymond scandal again. Congratulations on making the right choice. Here's to a pleasant cooperation. I don't have much information either. Elena is Bowden's daughter, and the two of them once lived together in a white zone. Due to his wife's early death, Bowden loved his daughter very much, but Elena's health was poor, which even prevented her from obtaining residency in the white zone. Bowden could only hide her at home while looking for doctors to treat her. I've investigated. Elena was considered an illegal resident in the white zone, so the security department there didn't register her information. Yes, but looking at it now, her illness was cured through Bowden's efforts. However, there are also some rumors. Some claim to have seen Elena's medical records and say it was a terminal illness that couldn't possibly be cured. Terminal illness? That landlord doesn't look like she has such a problem. Right, I also think it's nonsense. So let's get back to Bowden. He was a philanthropist who made a lot of money by selling paintings and holding exhibitions. And he uses a portion of it to establish a charitable foundation. He was full of compassion for the poor, especially the homeless orphans in the old district, and has specifically set up this Bowden home to take them in. Bowden's home? Wait, do you mean that rusty sign at the intersection? You didn't know? This apartment used to be a charitable institution, the very place I mentioned earlier that Bowden used to take in those orphans. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, after Bowden was murdered, the operation of the orphanage couldn't be maintained. Now it's just an ordinary apartment whose property rights are under Miss Elena's name. It seems Bowden's involvement in this case is deeper than I thought. Indeed, when you say this case is connected to Bowden, I can't help but agree. Actually, I want to investigate what happened back then, but I didn't get approval from my superiors. What about Sergi? How is his relationship with Bowden? Sergi is active on social media and continuously speaks out for the people at the bottom. This must also be due to Bowden's influence. Ironically, Bowden happened to die at the hands of the people of the old district he always cared about. I've investigated. In Bowden's murder case, the police arrested 2 members of the Dagger Gang. Are there any suspicious points about this? I've seen some files. The chains of evidence is very complete, and it's certain they killed Bowden. But there are also things that don't add up. For instance, the crime scene was a residence in the White Zone, where the security system should have been extremely reliable. However, the surveillance equipment and security robots at the scene unexpectedly malfunctioned at the same time, and even the patrolling personnel left an opening for the criminals due to a shift change. The security system and patrol personnel both have problems at the same time? That's a clue I didn't grasp back then. Did you find out anything? No, and even if we did, there's not something our satellite city's security department could investigate. But it's obvious someone tampered with it behind the scenes, and someone who had access to White Zone security systems at that. Killed by a gang from the old district, but manipulated by a big shot from the White Zone behind the scenes? Even though he was a philanthropist, he was so hated. Anyway, Bowden's death was ultimately deemed to the work of 2 petty thieves, and the trial process went very quickly. The criminals were sentenced for robbery and murder, and later died in prison. They were probably silenced. I also want to know what Elena experienced during that case. Elena was present at the time of the incident. She hid in the concealed corner when the robbers broke in, and although she escaped, she witnessed her father's murder with her own eyes. Later, people from the security department arrived at the scene and found her in the room. Is that all? But Sergi stated in his letter to me that he didn't know about Elena's whereabouts. As an important witness, Elena was placed under the protection of the White Zone Security Department. She was arranged to leave Modzir Oblast and only recently returned to MAS-02, moving into this apartment. Wait, are you asking all this because you suspect her? I have indeed found quite a few suspicious points about her. For instance, Sergi, the victim in this case, came here specifically to find Elena. He is Bodan's younger brother, after all, and Elena's only surviving relative. Isn't it perfectly normal for them to visit each other occasionally? But according to the information you just provided, Elena was frail and sickly from a young age, rarely went out, and immediately left for another city after Bodan's murder. It doesn't seem like she had any contact with his uncle. Besides, the high level of protection she received from the White Zone Security Department also seemed very unnatural. And what does that prove? This means Sergi and Elena's meeting this time wasn't ordinary. Robot intended to further explain her deductions. However, the security captain communicator suddenly blared with urgent transmissions, interrupting their conversation. Captain, this is bad. The investigation info for the case has been leaked into the internet. What's going on? Someone posted the news of his death on social media Sergi was active on, and also mentioned that the Crimson Angels were spotted near the crime scene. Crimson Angels? Wait, didn't we lock down the case information? The appearance of the Crimson Angels is highly classified. How could it be leaked? I don't know either, but the higher-ups think the problem occurred at our scene. I knew they'd throw the blame at me. You wait, I'll come over right now. The security officer angrily hung up the comms and threw his half-finished can of coffee straight into the trash. The information has been leaked. I heard. I just have one question. Did you just say that the Crimson Angels hasn't spotted nearby? Sorry, this is classified information. I didn't tell you before. Actually, just this morning, someone found those cultists on a nearby street. We were assigned to investigate their whereabouts, but then we received the report of Sergi's murder. I see. Once such information is leaked, social media must have already blown up. Sergi had tens of thousands of followers. Everyone is denouncing the corruption of the security department and demanding a thorough investigation of the cultists. The pressure from the public is huge. I must return to the scene now. What do you plan to do? To go find those cultists. Whether they are the killers or not, I feel it must be connected to Sergi's death. Understood. I will tell you the location where they were previously found. If you discover anything, contact us at any time. One more thing. Could you arrange for 2 people to help me investigate that commemorative stealing? Commemorative stealing? The coin found at the scene, which had the victim's blood and fingerprints on it. Sergi wasn't someone who could actively collect coins. Sergi wasn't someone who would actively collect coins. He must have had some special use for holding onto such an item. My intuition is that it might be related to his reason for coming to find Elena. I understand. I'll send someone to investigate this matter. The day of the incident, 13:21 p.m., so 2 hours later. In the intersection area between the new and old districts, the sunlight was blocked by tall, abandoned factories and unfinished buildings. This place was mostly filled with abandoned industrial buildings, like giant scars in the city, revealing decay and desolation. Hey, partner. This doesn't look like the place that security captain mentioned, does it? Did we go the wrong way? Shush. As Wilrod traversed these dead silent ruins, it wasn't long before two figures emerging from an abandoned building caught her attention. I'm a cultist! Crimson Angels? That's amazing! How did you know they were there? It seems the visions that Deathbird showed me were all true. Visions? Oh, you mean when you suddenly zoned out like you crashed earlier? Yeah. Though I still don't know the cause. In those chaotic data streams within my neural cloud, I saw images of Paradus leading Yanina through this area. Yanina? Wait, how come I didn't know about anything about this? Have you been investigating behind my back? I already told you. Those were visions in my neural cloud. I'll tell you details later. Follow me first. How much longer do we have to follow them? This is so much trouble. Why don't we just catch up with them and be done with it? Wait a bit longer. I have a feeling the stronghold's nearby. Relying on her excellent tracking skills, Wilrod trailed them all the way, gradually entering deep into the abandoned building complex. During this, the target stopped several times to check their surroundings, but never spotted Wilrod. He stopped again. Hide quick! She managed to hide in time once again, her petite frame almost curling into a ball as she ducked behind a pile of abandoned rubble. How is it? Did they leave? Huh? What the hell? Those people suddenly disappeared. Disappeared? Yeah, not even shadow left. They just suddenly evaporated. Wilrod hastily got up, finding that the cultists who had been right in front of her just moments ago had vanished without a trace like the wind. Humans can't just disappear in thin air. Observe their surroundings and see if there are any traces left by them. On it. Found some residual blood stains at your 2 o'clock direction ahead. Bloodstains? From those people just now? Was someone injured? Aren't you an assistant robot? Hurry up and analyze it. This blood is dried up. You don't need my analysis to know it's not theirs. Holy crap! Huge discovery, Wilrod. The biological traces of this bloodstain actually match the unknown subject found at the crime scene. What did you say? It's this person. He was at the crime scene. Highly likely the killer. As I suspected, the one who killed Sergi was a member of the Blood Angel cult. Wilrod found the bloodstain and then carefully examined the ground. The bloodstain extended to the front of the ruined wall, and then suddenly vanished. The color is still fresh. At the very least, it was left today. She carefully searched the nearby rubble. Finally, behind the cracks of the abandoned bricks, a hidden passage came into view. There's a secret passage too? This must be their hiding place. Wilrod, why don't we call the security department to take them down? Send a location and tell them we found the Crimson Angel's hideout. Sent. Justice is on the way. We don't have to just wait around. Let's go in and take a look first. There's actually this much space inside? After advancing through the narrow secret passage for a short while, a wide underground corridor presented itself before Wilrod. There were many rooms on both sides of the corridor. Their interiors resembled warehouses, stacked with shipping crates that had already been emptied. Holy crap! What is this? Why are there people's names on the cargo records? Mimi found some strange data by hacking into the terminal in the room. It seems somewhat similar to the notes found in Yanina's home. Name... Oh, fuck. Yuri Grigorievic. Yuri G. Source: Old District. Amounts intercepted? Is this a human trafficking list? I've got it. The Crimson Angels loaded those hostages onto trucks earlier to bring them to this warehouse. Holy crap! In the past, they had to trick their victims into going to a hotel first. Now they're just snatching them up straight up? They're not even pretending anymore. What about the kidnapped people? Let's arrest them all. They're probably not here anymore. The most recent restocking date was 2 months ago. No wonder the boxes are all empty. Just then, Rova suddenly lowered her voice. She felt as if there was some movement ahead. Wait, I hear someone talking. It shouldn't be hallucination this time, right? How could you have so many hallucinations? I hear it too. The voice came from deep within the passage. Wellrod quickly drew her weapon and silently crept forward. The purification dagger gang is almost complete. My oh my, to think he still didn't escape your clutches. Poor Vidyas. The room at the end of the passage was lit. Before the door wasn't closed tight, the victims carried out along the empty hallway. Wellrod noticed the changes in the rooms on both sides of the hallway. At first, the warehouse was empty, just as she had deduced earlier. The goods and personnel seemed to have been moved. But gradually, some clearly destroyed medical equipment appeared in a few rooms resembling laboratories. Hey, look there! There are bullet holes on the walls. Could someone have fought the cultists here? The bullet marks are quite old. I deduced that person infiltrated this place just like we did. These medical devices were probably destroyed around that time as well. Hey, there's actually someone else as fierce as death as us who dared to come into this hellhole? Don't forget, the Honorable Merchant went missing a little over a month ago, which coincides with the last restocking date of this warehouse. She came here too? If that's really the case, then I'll admit she's quite something. Whoa! What's this now? Look, Wellrod, the further we go, the weirder the stuff we're seeing. Huh? Wellrod passed by another room, and prompted by the assistant robot, she saw several giant glass tanks filled with blood. The facilities connected to them had stopped running, but the objects inside the tanks could still be clearly seen under the faint light. Wellrod would rather not have seen this, for the things soaking in these pools of blood were actually humans. More accurately, formerly humans. And now they had become completely unrecognizable in the blood-red liquid, turned into dozens of hideous corpses. I understand now. This is the truth behind the bizarre killings. Crimson Angels? So that's why they're called that. Damn it, how could I forget? This is Paradis! Even if they changed their name, their behavior is exactly the same as before. Wilrod fought back her nausea. Even though she was used to the crimes in the old district, she couldn't bear to look directly at these pitiful victims. The only consolation was that, because the equipment was destroyed, the experiment had also been terminated. Thus, the people in the tanks could also rest in peace. But Tui, can we just physically smash all these rotten tanks to pieces? Of course. We'll set the bombs and detonate... Wait, we have bombs? We'll set the bombs and detonate them all together in a bit. Unlike last time in the old district, I brought out firepower this time. Okay, I'll seize control of this room surveillance first, and plant bombs next to all these tanks. Wilrod made preparations, intending to thoroughly destroy this place. Meanwhile, voices could once again be heard from the room deep down the hallway. But Lady Angel, you don't need to try so hard anymore. The equipment here is too heavily damaged. We plan to temporarily shut down all strongholds within MES-02. As the manager of the cult, I specifically came to welcome you today. Wilrod arrived at the door to that room. Just looking at the exterior, this door was quite different from the others. It didn't look like it led to a laboratory, but rather some sort of religious site. The light seeping through the crack in the door was like a stairway to heaven, illuminating the dim passage. Wilrod leaned closer and saw the scene inside. It was a unique church, featuring vibrant crosses and a pristine white altar. Although located underground, it was brilliantly lit under the illumination. Several followers in white robes surrounded the leader wearing a plague doctor mask. They knelt on one knee with their heads bowed reverently, their eyes closed as if sensing the holy atmosphere. Not enough. The filth on this land is still far from being cleansed. Deathbird stood before the cross, and on the altar in front of her lay a fresh corpse. Fresh with this terrifying and bizarre scene, Wilrod felt surprisingly calm in her neural cloud. Is this the old church mentioned in Yanina's case? That's enough! You caused enough commotion! In the old town, you draw the attention of the security administration. If this continues, I won't be able to completely suppress the matter. Purification cannot be abandoned halfway. The old district, the satellite city, even the inside of this cult, everyone must be judged. You seem a bit too extreme. I only helped you with some modifications so you could inherit your father's ideals, but it seems I went a bit overboard. The person talked to Deathbird wasn't the cultist standing beside her, but someone on the other end of a communicator. Judging by the other party's tone, their position in the cult didn't seem to be below that of Deathbird. Wilrod, look at that corpse. It's Vidya's! His body's covered in scars. It seems he fought these people before he died. Anyway, you should just listen to me. Although Project Oracle is a project abandoned by the teacher, I've always wanted to produce some results to make her see me in a new light. And you are the key to this project. So, could you please act a bit more decently? So this is another person who wants to get in Caldwell's skirt. Oracle is not important. Destiny and purification must be enacted. That is Father's wish. Deathbird seemed to have broken into an argument with the person on the other end of the communicator. This caused the guards beside her to become very uneasy as well. They didn't dare to look up, so absolutely no one noticed Wellrod at the entrance. After confirming there was no one else in the room, Wellrod raised a gun in her hand, ready to take action. Great. Are we finally making a move? I'll back you up with electronic warfare. Project Oracle was not mentioned until this event, so your memory is correct. This is a new concept. There aren't many enemies, and they're off guard. This is a good opportunity. Those cultists have prosthetics on them. Once they open fire, find a way to stop their movements. I've had enough of this garbage. I've been wanting to wipe them all out in one click. Wellrod seized this rare opportunity, quickly racking the bolt and aiming her sights on Deathbird's head. At this distance, I can hit her. She had already increased the powder charge in the bullets. If an ordinary person were hit, there'd be absolutely no chance of survival. This father of yours really caused a lot of trouble. And that weird honorable merchant before too. To think she actually snuck into the base. Really, nothing goes smoothly. Or could your loss of control be a side effect of the modifications I'd made you earlier? However, right before the gun fired, the manager's words gave Robot a bad feeling. But it was too late. She had already pulled the trigger. Ha! The shot's dead on! Oh my! No way! Did another rat sneak in here? Emergency! Protect Lady Angel, quick! With one shot, Wellrod completely paralyzed half of Deathbird's body, and the mask in her head fell off in response. However, at this moment, she staggered back to her feet like a puppet without pain. This was definitely not the reaction of a normal human. Wait, she's still alive! The matcher said she was modified just now? Deathbird. She's Anita! Dear God, that face, yeah. Miscalculated. To think that Deathbird is actually Anita. Wellrod, quick, chase after her! There's still time! Deathbird is heavily injured. We should be able to catch her. I will assist you. Proceed along the route I've given you. Yeah, her face is very uncanny. Maybe that's the point? Aurora fought her way out of the lab through the surrounding cultists, while Mimi simultaneously detonated the explosives planted earlier. The ground trembled from the shockwaves of the explosion. The cultists who failed to escape were buried in the earth, along with their sinful test subjects. Oh my. Why are you so chasing after me? However, the battle wasn't over yet. The injured Deathbird managed to escape under the cover of cultists who disregarded their own casualties. Robot chased after her. Suddenly, autonomous robots rushed out from nowhere and began blocking her path. Don't be afraid, Robot. I'll cover you. our robot didn't slow down, as these machines could hardly put up a fight against under Mimi's electronic jamming. Oh dear. Early the angel seemed unable to hold out. Now's our chance! That shot of yours earlier dealt damage to her critical parts. Finally, the only thing standing between Warrod and Deathbird was a single autonomous weapon. Judging by its agile movements, that manager must be controlling it from behind the scenes. This machine of mine is custom made. It won't be that easy for you to take it away. The autonomous weapon opened fire, but before that, Robot suddenly threw out an umbrella. Oh my, is this optical camouflage? Robot's figure disappeared from the manager's sight, and when she appeared again, she had already dashed in front of the heavily injured Deathbird, pinning her firmly to the ground. Don't move, unless you want a hole blown in your angel's head. Wait a minute, don't shoot, I'll stop, okay? The autonomous weapon stopped, and Warrod secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't sure if taking Anito as a hostage could threaten the other party, but at least for now, it seemed to be working. Heretics must be eradicated! Cleanse this innocent detective immediately! Their big fucking eyes. The Deathbird didn't care about her own safety, but half her body was out of control. Almost unable to move, she could only struggle in vain. I should have thought of it sooner. Blood Angel. Since it was an organization on the parodies, you would definitely try to manufacture needles as well. The serial killings in the old town, the missing persons whose whereabouts are unknown, and those bodies left rotting in the blood. They were all experiments you conducted for this. What big eyes do you have? Big to see you with. That's funny. Wellrod maintained her hold of the Deathbird and looked towards the autonomous weapon nearby, which had paused its attacks. What's your goal? Where were the missing people who are still alive taken? And that righteous merchant, was she murdered by you too? Oh my, don't ask so many questions all at once. How am I supposed to answer them all? However, you sure know a lot, even knowing about the honorable merchant. We're looking for her too. She's certainly got the devil's own luck. Actually managing to get away in one piece after destroying our experimental equipment. We sent a lot of people to catch her, but she still managed to escape. So she's still alive? Probably. Anyway, she's not inside the Solid City. Otherwise, we definitely would have found her. Alrighty, I'm asking questions. Could you let our little angel go first? You're in no position to negotiate terms with me. Robot pressed the muzzle against Deathbird's head, threatening her further. She had already calculated everything. As long as she could hold out until the security department's backup arrived, she could definitely bring this Deathbird back alive. How unreasonable. Then tell me, what must be done for you to let her go? I'm not afraid to tell you. This little angel is still very important to me right now. No, detective, you have also fought against the evils of the old district. Do you not understand? Guiding people to salvation from the mire of sin and desire is our true mission. You clearly should have become a disciple of the angel and fight alongside us. Shut up, you scumbag criminal! I'm so disgusted I'm about to throw up! Such foolish solutions are barely worth refuting. You kill people all over the old district and kidnap them for horrifying experiments. You're nothing but a bunch of lunatics. Killings? The necessary sacrifices for divine purification and destiny. Look at this city, this old district. It has long rotted to the core. To cleanse the filth, killing is also a purification. This is salvation from the purge, or from the angel. You murder for your ideals? You create evil to stop it? Do you think crime will stop if you just kill the evildoers? Do you think the city will improve if you just destroy the old district? Unfortunately, the soil that breeds crime hasn't disappeared, so new evils are bound to be born, and right now, all you're doing is continuing to fertilize that soil of sin. Insolence! Blasphemy! How dare you profane my destiny? I am the deity who guides lost lambs to the pure land. My existence is supreme justice itself. You are the most wicked kind of criminal, one who commits evil in the name of justice. Those drugs stacked up in the warehouse, the cargo manifest listing people's names, and those monsters in the glass tanks, do you know what they are used for? Those are all step towards realizing divine purification. Come, manager, you tell her what the purpose of this hearing is. What exactly is Project Oracle? And I won't allow you to hide behind the communicator anymore. Come out! Oh my. Is your debate over? What a pity. I want to listen a little longer. I heard your conversation in the church. If that bird gets scrapped, it would be quite troublesome, wouldn't it? If you don't show yourself, I'll blow this needle's head to pieces. Eh? Wait, don't be so rash. We can talk this out. As soon as Wilbur finished speaking, she pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed that bird's face and embedded into the ground. Of course, she didn't intend to kill her here, but she had to force the manager to show up with a resolute attitude. Alright, I'm coming out, okay? Hey, Chilovig. Really now? You guys are too mean, insisting on seeing all of me. Huh? What? There, happy? Don't shoot, or I won't let you see my beautiful face anymore. You are? Oh my. Why do you space out all of a sudden? Don't tell me you fallen in love with me. In the image, the black-haired woman in a white coat continued speaking inappropriately with her cheerful tone. She didn't care at all that her true identity was exposed, seemingly possessing absolute confidence that Wilrod wouldn't catch her. And Wilrod, the moment she saw the manager's face, felt a very strong sense of deja vu in her neural cloud. This person, I really have seen her somewhere, but... Oh no! Wilrod, watch your head! Wilrod's neural cloud fell into a brief moment of confusion. Just then, several small drones suddenly shot out from the shadows of the building. Thanks to the assistant robot's warning, Wilrod quickly dodged, but taking advantage of this moment, the autonomous robot controlled by the manager snatched Deathbird away. Finally here! Honestly, that unfilial disciple of mine, making me wait so long. I had to give her a good scolding when we get back. Wilrod wanted to give chase, but even more drones appeared and surrounded her. There's too many of them. I can't take them all out within electronic warfare. Damn it, I was so close. Let's retreat for now, Wilrod. You can't take on so many enemies alone. Wilrod could only watch helplessly. The manager fled into the complex terrain of the old district with Deathbird's broken body. That was a good reveal. I wasn't expecting that, but it does line up as soon as I saw it. because the simulators were already there in her dialogue. So, good. Good on you, writers. You actually did something good. The date instant, 15:06 p.m. Wait, why put down 15:06 p.m.? You don't need the p.m. Just throw it out there. Robot retreated to the vicinity of the green zone streets, perhaps not wanting to cause a bigger commotion. The drone swarm didn't continue chasing her. After confirming the surroundings were temporarily safe, Robot suddenly lost her strength and leaned against the wall. The series of intense battles made her somewhat exhausted. Are you okay? Robot, are you hurt? I'm fine. I was too careless. If I had known, I would have just eliminated the needle directly. There's nothing wrong with your approach. Under those circumstances, obtaining intel is more valuable than eliminating the enemy. I could have done both. But for some reason, the moment I saw that manager's face, I suddenly got an unreal feeling. What did you sense? I've seen that person in the commander's combat records. Not in the past, but further into the future. At this time, the communicator on Wellrods let out a rapid series of incoming call alerts. Hey, are you okay? You sent a message earlier, but when I tried to contact you, there was no response. I'm fine. More importantly, did you find the underground base I mentioned? There's a lot of evidence inside regarding the true nature of the Crimson Angel's interest in the city. I wanted to ask you, most of the facilities and data in the underground base were blown up. You didn't do that, did you? Hey, don't talk nonsense. I didn't plant that many bombs. It's a failsafe left by the manager. She mentioned a disciple at the very end. The Crimson Angels have other cadres. Although the important evidence was destroyed, don't be too discouraged. We still have found some remains that can prove they committed the bizarre serial murders. Also, there are some leads regarding the coin you asked me to investigate, though the situation is a bit peculiar. After agreeing to meet back at the scene, Warrod ended the call. Failing to obtain crucial evidence of Paradis marked yet another setback. Beside her, Mimi looked somewhat worried. It's fine. Even if they got away this time, there will definitely be another chance next time. Let's head back to the crime scene first. There's a conclusion to the apartment murder case. Do you know who the killer is? The case itself isn't complicated, but it involves some secrets that no one knows. And speaking of secrets, Mimi, you have more than your fair share of them. Before we go back, you must answer a few questions for me. First, you aren't an ordinary assistant robot, right? I felt something was off early on. You're too intelligent, and even know a lot of information that I don't. You're just an assistant robot meant to aid in criminal investigations, the same model used by the security department. Yet you can engage in electronic warfare, and even commanded me during the battle to pursue Deathbird just now. And just now, seeing the manager operate the robot, I thought of a possibility. Mimi, there are people operating you from behind the scenes too, and more than one, right? This is... The tones of you two are distinctly different. One of you is a troll who starts flaming whenever something unpleasant happens. And the other always appears at crucial moments to help answer my questions and keep me out of danger. You occasionally talk to each other too. I think this is the truth behind those voices I heard this morning. These conclusions were too bizarre. so I never thought about him deeply. But now I have a strange feeling that this place... Listen to me, Welrod. It's best if you don't think about those things right now. You want me to not think? That is a very unreasonable request from a detective. Because it has nothing to do with the predicament you're currently facing, and we aren't your enemies either. I can feel that you harbor no ill will, but this makes me even more confused. An enigmatic case, recurrent hallucinations, and a strange robot helping me from the shadows. Everything is so unreal. So Mimi, I really hope to get some explanations from you. With the commander not around, you are the person I trust the most right now. Just a little bit is fine. Can you help me dispel my doubts? Robot looked at Mimi with a trusting gaze, expected to give her an answer that could unravel the mystery. I can't say right now, but, well, Rod, your feelings are correct. My feeling? This is a journey to find the truth. You will understand everything in the end, but it's still too early right now. Please believe us. We are also continuing to seek the truth behind this series of cases alongside you. Laura stared intently at Mimi, reluctance and doubt still lingering in her heart. But ultimately, she decided to put aside the urge to interrogate further and trust her assistant for now. A detective's duty is to uncover the truth, not to be told that the time isn't right. But it's incredible. Your words just now gave me a sense of trustworthiness. Understood. I believe you all. But I also hope you'll promise me you will tell me the truth one day. Of course, Welrod. And I believe that day is not far off.
想定通りの結果ね。後の祝勝会が楽しみだわ。
And yeah, all this is explained at the very beginning of this event. So it's not a it's not a mystery that's what we saw. But I would assume it's actually very interesting if you didn't know what was going on. The day of the incident, 1630, apartment room 301. As soon as Robot returned to the crime scene, she heard the security of the captain's roar. You say you want to terminate the investigation? Are you kidding me? We've already found the Crimson Angel stronghold. If we stop now, what are we going to do about the public outcry online? You're saying this is an order from the higher up? Someone else is taking over? I won't accept this! You use the same excuse every time! As expected, seeking shelter from higher-ranking figures and the White Zone is the usual tactic. Story good of this event? I would say yeah. Story's pretty good. I won't say it's moving the plot forward, but it's giving some very crucial plot details that will more than likely come into play later on. The situation before her was exactly what as Robot expected. The Crimson Angels, or she could just directly call them Paradis. Behind the scenes in a Solid City, they might also be involved with political factions, even capable of pressuring investigations by the security department. It's all over. It's just another cold case. Everyone's efforts have been wasted. Damn it! The security captain hung up the phone. He appeared unusually dejected, as if he had instantly lost all of his strength. Put away that howling like a stray dog. Tell me what's the situation with the coin investigation first. At this point, does that kind of thing even matter? I'll tell you. The Criminus shilling comes from a cemetery for illegal immigrants on the edge of the satellite city. Sergi went there 2 days ago to sweep a tomb and bought this offering. Sweep a tomb? Who was he paying his best to? This is exactly what I found fishy when I mentioned it over the comms. The name of this tomb was Miss Olena's. I see. Olena's grave is in a place like that. Please gather all relevant personnel. Now is the time to reveal the truth. Wait, what else do you want to do? Just receive instructions to... Instructions to stop investigating the Crimson Angels? Don't worry. You won't be violating your orders. Because the culprit of this incident isn't them. Everyone was gathered, including the hentai protagonist. And the blood-fearing rookie and the landlord, Elena. Robot's sharp gaze swept over everyone present. She noticed that the landlord, Elena, seemed the most unsettled. She had just experienced the second murder in her life. To most people, this was undoubtedly a normal reaction to such misfortune, and no one would suspect it. If the killer wasn't a Blood Angel cult, who could it be? I don't know either. After all, the bizarre murders were indeed their doing. Let's hear what the detective had to say. Whoever it was, he must have escaped through the window. The killer's route is indeed the core of this case. Then, let's start with this matter. The murder of Sergi occurred in apartment room 301. At the time of this incident, the chain lock on the door was locked from the inside. The only way in or out was that difficult-to-climb window. Did the killer enter and exit the crime scene through the window? How did the killer enter and exit the scene? Oh no! More quiz! Pop quiz! It has to be through that because they had to drag the body over. So it should be enter through the door, escape through the window. But there wasn't anything outside the window either. But you had to lock the door first, and it was still locked, regardless. So it has to be this one. Entering from the front door, locking the door after committing the crime, and escaping through the window. At first glance, this theory has a certain reasonableness to it. However, it's impossible to climb outside the window, and there was no traces in the opposite. Therefore, the hypothesis of leaving through the window doesn't hold up. It's not the correct answer. So it has to be through the front door. Once linked to impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Currently, there are no clues suggesting that anyone could have left through the window. First of all, there is nowhere to climb outside the window. Secondly, the forensics team found absolutely nothing on the opposite building. Having eliminated these, we can only conclude that the killer entered and exited through the front door. Furthermore, we found bloodstains in the hallway. Only if the killer fled through the front door after committing the crime would blood be trapped into the hallway. But what about the chain lock? If the killer left through the front door, that doesn't explain why the lock was on the inside. Or did he use some special trick to lock the chain lock from the outside? How did the killer lock the chain lock? That's a good question. That's something I was thinking about too, which is why I picked option 3. Use tape, use fishing line, no tricks were used. So I don't think there was a fishing line mentioned at all. There was tape mentioned, but that was to mark the body. And I don't think tape was ever mentioned otherwise. Let's go to option 3, and if it's wrong, go option 1. No tricks were needed. The chain lock was locked from the inside by someone. Of course, this meant that the killer would not be able to leave the room. He must wait until someone discovers the body and cuts the chain from the outside before he can escape the scene. Wait, do you mean the killer was hiding at the crime scene? The first discoverers would check the room and found nothing unusual. How are you going to overturn this premise? There was an omission in the check, of course. The inspection by the two first discoverers sounded very thorough. He used the force! Yet they conveniently failed to mention the most important place. And the killer in this case was hiding precisely there. Where was the killer hiding? Not the living room, not the bedroom, so by a process of elimination. There's no place to climb outside the window, let alone anyone to stand on. This isn't a church. Okay. Can't be the living room, the times was there, so another place could be the bedroom. There's a lot of clutter in the bedroom, making it indeed suitable for hiding. But after discovering the body, the rookie security officer and Elena checked it thoroughly together. If the killer was hiding inside the bedroom, it definitely would have been found. This possibility was ruled out earlier. So, it was literally the crime scene itself? The answer is the living room, at the white outline on the floor, right where the body was. After committing the crime, the killer disguised himself as the victim's corpse. He stayed at the scene, waiting for someone to break the chain lock from outside and enter the room. And the first people who entered the room to discover it didn't carefully identify the body. You all know the reason why. The scene was covered in large amounts of bloodstains, comparable to the continuous bizarre killings on the old district, and the first security officer to arrive was afraid of blood. He was hanging on the ceiling like Spider-Man. Wait, do you mean the case wasn't a bizarre killing committed by the Crimson Angels? Of course not. This case was the work of a copycat. The most important step was creating a massive amount of blood at the scene to push the suspicion onto the Crimson Angels. The culprit's plan was very successful. Faced with the room full of blood, the first security officer to arrive was indeed extremely panicked. He didn't even think to check the bedroom, and only searched it after the landlord reminded him. So the only issue I have with the last question was that it was very misdirected. This wasn't about checking any areas, it was about the whole crime scene being faked. Because of course they checked the crime scene. They checked the outer crime scene, which was the living room. So that was actually like the wrong question. Or it was very misdirected. Meanwhile, the killer pretending to be a horse in the living room was also waiting for the right moment. When the people who first discovered the body entered the bedroom, the living room fell into their blind spot. At this time, the killer disguised as a corpse got up from the pool of blood and left the room through the front door. So the body I saw when I first came in was actually the killer disguise? That's unbelievable. This is ridiculous. Then where did the real body go? After all, when we arrived at the scene later, we did find Sergi's body in the living room. Where is the real body hidden? Hiding the body outside the apartment wouldn't be discovered, but moving it back in would be troublesome. The killer had limited time. They had to finish moving the body while the security personnel were checking the bedroom. It must have been hidden somewhere closer. Outside the apartment is impossible. So next door. The next door, in room 302. Hiding the body in this location would make it very convenient for transportation. This can also further explain the dropped coin. The coin had the victim's blood and fingerprints on it, so it was undoubtedly an item he was carrying when he was murdered. The coin could only have dropped accidentally when the killer was moving the body through the hallway. Unbelievable! Who could possibly have done all that? Detective Robot, you should already know the killer's identity by now, right? We're not the killer. At the bottom of the ocean? The landlord Elena is very suspicious, but as the first person to discover the body, she couldn't have checked the bedroom and played dead at the same time. Kill someone else. So, Vidyas is dead. And Deathbird couldn't play dead. So, Vidyas? It was Vidyas. Remember the other biological traces found in the victim's blood? Those were the traces left at the scene when the killer disguised themselves as a corpse and lay it in a pool of blood. And the characteristics of the biological traces matched the bloodstain found in the entrance of the Crimson Angel Close Laboratory. Vidyas was kidnapped and taken there by Deathbird and brutally murdered. It's very likely the blood he left behind when he was injured. Under Robot's instructions, Mimi quickly analyzed Vidyas' blood sample in front of everyone and displayed the results on the screen. A perfect match. Vidyas has been to the crime scene. So the deduction just now is all true? The rest is just obvious truth. But, so you can keep up with my thinking, I'll further reconstruct the specific details of the crime. Vidyas came to the apartment in the middle of the night, killed Sergi, and then imitated the bizarre murders by draining his blood to set up the crime scene. Then he hid the body in room 302, went back to room 301, and lay in a pool of blood playing dead, quietly waiting. Vidyas is a soldier who survived the battlefield. He has even hid among corpses before, so this was no challenge for him. Soon, the landlord brought a homophobic security officer to the scene. To enter the bedroom for the investigation, they broke the chain lock, opening the locked room. The security officer was terrified by the gruesome scene before his eyes. He didn't conduct a detailed examination of the body, but instead went to the bedroom to search for places where the killer might be hiding. Vidyas took the opportunity to go to room 302 and move the body back to the scene. During this time, every second counted, so it inevitably left traces of body dragging, bloodstains, coins, and so on. This misled me and made me believe for a time that this was not the crime scene. After returning the body to its position, Vidyas left the scene. He wanted to use the thick fog to escape unnoticed, but two unexpected things happened. First, he didn't expect to be discovered by the Crimson Angels and ultimately killed. Second, on the way to the apartment to find Sergi, I encountered people from the Dagger Gang. They were guarding the secluded alley, as if covering for someone. Looking back now, that was when Vidyas evacuated the scene. But, wait a second, I just thought something very strange. For the thick of playing dead to succeed, it relies on the premise that the security officer arriving at the scene, won't check carefully. How did Vidyas ensure this? Yeah. How did he know Miss Elena would call me first? If it had been any other security officer who wasn't afraid of blood, this trick would have been seen through immediately. He could because Miss Elena is his accomplice. She took on the responsibility of bringing you to the scene first, acting as the discoverer of the body. Faced with Railrod's accusations, Elena actually appeared much calmer than the others. Miss Elena's accomplice? That's impossible. No, think about it carefully. This makes sense. The body was hidden in room 302, which couldn't have been done without the landlord's help. But what was the motive? Why did they want to kill Sergi? The motive isn't in the case, but connected to the case from 3 years ago. My question is, why would they lock the door? That'd be my question. Obviously, they wanted to lock the door to make sure no one would randomly walk in, but it looked... That would be like the first sign of something being terribly wrong with the crime scene. It wouldn't perfectly match up, is what I'm saying. And of course, with the whole window thing being easily discoverable, I guess we could just say it's just sloppy work. But I don't know. With him playing dead like that, I figured that it would be much more elaborately schemed. I don't know. Character motivations, character faults. I can leave that tab. The motive isn't in this case, but connected to the case from 3 years ago. 3 years ago? The murder case solving Sergi's brother, Bodum? Miss Elena, or perhaps I should call you, the Dagger Gang member who participated in Bodum's murder 3 years ago. It seems you know everything. Indeed, I am faceless. You know who I am. The landlord seemed to have anticipated the outcome just now. Facing suspicion from the security personnel on the scene, she didn't panic at all. Landlord Elena is a friend of Dagger Gang. How's that possible? The organization murdered her father, Bodum. That's just a fake identity. The real Elena suffered from a terminal illness and died long before Bodum was murdered. However, because she didn't have legal residency in a white zone, she could only be buried in a migrant cemetery, and no record of her death was kept. Wait, could it mean... Yes, the person Sergi went to pay respects to, the tombstone you found, that is where the real Elena is buried. And the person before us is a criminal discovered by security personnel at the crime scene. Do you agree with my statement, Miss Landlord? I confess. This case was indeed committed by Vidyas and I. Miss Elena. The detective is right. A few years ago, I participated in the operation to kill Bodum. Because I was greedy for valuables, I couldn't retreat in time with my accomplice and was discovered by security personnel who rushed over. However, the fake identity Vidyas forged for me played an unexpected role at this time. It's the security verification info for the crime scene, isn't it? In order for you to successfully enter Bodum's residence, Vidyas obtained the biological verification of the deceased Elena. Yes. These verifications were originally meant to bypass surveillance and security robots. When the security personnel saw that my information matched their security verification, they actually believed I was the dead Elena. Vidyas also bribed a doctor and forged medical records to help me play this identity. Bodum had quite a bit of inheritance, and Vidyas wanted to get that money through me. And for me, to escape the blame, I had no other choice. I want to know, why did you kill Bodin? When Vigyas gave us the mission, she said that this man was hated by everyone. Bodin was a philanthropist. He wanted to help. He helped many old district residents just like you. Bodin wanted to make the old district a better place. But for many people, keeping it chaotic was the only way they could profit. Gang criminals, corrupt officials in the White Zone, and those bribed personnel in your security department, they would view anyone who wanted to change the status quo as a thorn in their side. How could this be? Then besides Vityas, who else planned this case? Unfortunately, in my position, I don't know those people's names, and Vityas is already dead. Later, under the protection of the White Zone Security Department, I left Mozart. I originally thought no one would ever investigate this matter again, but to my surprise, I received a message from Sergi last month. Did you ever meet Sergi? Met him once, at Bodin's funeral. Sergi and Bodin rarely interacted, and he didn't know Elena was already dead, so he didn't suspect me. But not long ago, Sergi found that tombstone. I thought I'd be immediately exposed, but I didn't expect him to just ask me to return to MS-02, saying he wanted to talk in person. I moved into this apartment led by Bodin, and waited to see him, but Vityas found out and devised such a plan. What was Vityas' goal? If it was just to cover up the truth, why use such a complicated method to mimic the bizarre killings of the Crimson Angel cult? To pin the crime on Crimson Angels, of course. Sergi had some influence online. Vityas probably thought that since they had to eliminate them anyway, he might as well use this opportunity to frame those cultists and use the power of public opinion and the security department to weaken them. I suppose you guys were also the ones who leaked the case information on the internet, right? That's right. I have to say, Vityas' plan succeeded. The security department's investigation into Crimson Angels will only get tighter. I also blew up their base. I'm afraid those people won't be able to operate openly in the old district for a short time. The security captain let out a helpless sigh, then handcuffed Elena. The truth behind this case had finally come to light. Good work, Robot. Leave the rest to us. I must thank you. Without you, the security department would never have uncovered the inside details. There's more to it than just that. I still have questions. Since the real Elena is dead, the security department should have noticed from the start of the apartment, from the state of the apartment, that Bodin lived alone when they investigated his residence. So my guess is that after Elena's death, there was someone else living in that apartment besides Bodin. I'm truly surprised. You even figured that out. Indeed, on the night we committed the crime, there was another orphan Bodin had adopted in his home. An orphan? A child from the Bodin home? Probably, but unlike the other children, Bodin was already planning to formally adopt her as his daughter. I learned from reading the letters Bodin left behind that after his real daughter died, this person became his emotional anchor. By the way, Bodin also painted a portrait of her, which was placed in the room she used to live in within this apartment building. Portrait? Are you talking about that piece of evidence? The security captain signaled his subordinates to bring out the evidence. Soon the angel in the portrait appeared before everyone again. In the picture, the angel-like woman is still serene, as if conveying a divine edict from heaven to the world. We can create a new saintess, a new deity. Even though it was her second time seeing the painting, Wobar felt as if she was hallucinating voices again. Her gaze focused on the angel's face, yet she felt the angel was also looking back at her, revealing a meaningful smile. Wait, this person looks like... Wilrod hadn't examined it closely before, but now she suddenly noticed that the girl in the portrait looked exactly like that death bird. The one Bolden adopted was Anito? The murder case that occurred at dawn had just concluded, but even greater questions followed close behind. Whew, that's still a lot. I need like 5 minutes to get some food. I'm actually starving. But I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Just had a quick snack. Where's my chips, actually? Yeah. I could just hold off on those, and I'll order something after the stream. we're actually pretty close to the end. Probably like, I don't know why I pulled this out. Got used to work. Like 2 more hours. I say, we're close. 2 more hours. That's how Ghost Online is. Year 2070X. 1 month after the apartment murder case concluded. Decent time skip. In the cafe Wilrod frequently visited, the boss of the detective agency was talking with a man named Ivan. Man, not even boss gets a face. And this Ivan dude, he looks like every other Ivan I've seen in my life. It's sus. Ocus is a huge plot point in Ghost Frontline, but it feels complete as in Ghost Frontline 2. That's because Ocus is a huge plot point in Ghost Frontline 1. It doesn't necessarily have to be the case in Ghost Frontline 2. And that's partly because Ocus was just an attempt to reach Nirvana. Now we're having other methods to get into Nirvana, and those are the main plot points. No, boss's Mustang. After losing my son, I felt as if a part of my heart has been dug out. Ironically, the company has developed even better in recent years than before, but no matter how successful my career is, it can never match up to the pain of losing my loved ones. However, the boss on this day looked vastly different than usual. He wore a sharp suit, a high-end gold watch sparkling on his wrist, and the surface of his black leather jacket, or black leather shoes, was spotless under the lights. In this world, only people with similar experiences, like us, can possibly understand each other. However, all the aforementioned disguises were prepared for meeting the man named Ivan before him. The tragedy of your son encountered is precisely due to the crime of the old district. Just like my wife and son, he died because of the sins in that city. Ivan had a resounding name in the Monsieur business circles, but his attire at this moment seemed much plainer. As the president of Gibril, the premier medical company in the satellite city, Ivan didn't even take his own luxury car today, but instead walked to the restaurant on foot. Mr. Ivan, I heard you seem to know Bode then as well, right? Speaking of which, I used to emulate him, doing charity work for the poor in the old district. But now, whenever I think of my son's last moments before we parted, I can't suppress my hatred for those people. Boss was completely immersed in his character. He lost control of his emotions more than once, burying his head and letting out pain whimpers. The character he played was a successful big boss, but his only son had ultimately passed away due to becoming addicted to drugs from the old district. Charity is useless. For beasts, only faith can civilize them. Unfortunately, Bodan, my former good friend, never understood this even up to his death. I've seen his inventory records. Mr. Bowden said that crime can only be eradicated by changing the poverty of the old district. It's useless. Without faith, no amount of money can buy salvation, let alone purifying sin. Such a noble cause. You should have come to our assembly last time. There were many people who shared the same ideals as you and me. Is it the religious organization you mentioned before? It's not religion. You can't treat it as one. It is a path to seek inner peace, a path to obtain salvation. Well, I think about it more. After all, I still had to take care of my wife. She was hit even harder by this than I was. You bring your wife along. You are lucky, unlike me. I've long since lost everything. Perhaps. We could also change our way of thinking. My wife asked me before if we should consider adopting an orphan. Right, Bowden seemed to have adopted many orphans before too. How are those people doing now? I have no idea either. But since he's from the old district and have nowhere to live, I suppose he'll just have to go back. It's about time. Overall, it's a pleasant meal. Thank you for your invitation today. Ivan seemed slightly on guard, and perhaps he could tell that Boss wasn't yet desperate enough to join his organization. Thus, after another round of prolonged pleasantries, the two big bosses parted ways at the restaurant entrance. Ivan got into a taxi and disappeared into the bustling streets of the satellite city. Ugh. It wasn't until he confirmed the other party wouldn't return that the boss tiredly loosened his tie and let out a long sigh of relief. The communicator on him rang immediately. The boss seemed startled by the sound and hastily answered the call. I've already put a tracker on him. Confirmed that tracker is working normally. You're awesome, kid. I never thought you had this kind of talent. A skill like this? Talking nonsense to the devil? You probably couldn't pull it off if you hadn't been a corporate slave for a few years. I know that feeling. Good job. I must admit, this is a job that only you are capable of handling. Warrod appeared on the communication screen. When the boss was talking to Ivan, she had been observing the situation development from nearby. Over the past month, through various investigations, she confirmed that Ivan, a close friend of Bowden while he was alive, had been closely associated with a suspicious witches group since many years ago. As long as it helped you guys, however. Is there something else? You'll be given a special allowance for this mission. You can get off work now. I wanted to ask, did Ivan's wife and son really pass away because of a crime? According to the security department's records, the car accident that caused their deaths was indeed due to a gang shootout. No wonder they seem to criminals so much. Warrod, can I beg of you, please make sure you solve this case? I have a daughter too, so I understand how he feels. Rest assured, no matter what kind of situation I encounter, I'll definitely keep investigating. The taxi Ivan took was driving west along the Green Zone's main road. Meanwhile, Warrod and the assistant robot followed closely behind a temporarily rented vehicle. This route, it doesn't look like he's heading back to his company. Drive a little closer. I can directly hack into that rental car. No need. Since we know this guy is highly likely connected to the Crimson Angels, let's not alert him. Alright, what did we say? After all, we managed to catch this big fish thanks to your judgment, partner. I would have never thought that Bowden actually had so many ties to Paradise. Warrod recalled the case from a month ago. The portrait of Deathbird painted by Bowden that they discovered had become the breakthrough for a series of investigations. Bowden himself shouldn't be a Paradise member. All signs indicate that he was a true philanthropist. 4 years ago, he established that orphanage. Just 1 year later, he was killed at the hands of the Dagger Gang. But the mastermind behind it is someone else. Correct. Deathbird is Bowden's adopted daughter. For some reason, she also once lived in that charitable institution. Do you still remember what the manager said in the church? This father of yours really caused a lot of trouble. Amazing, partner. Remembering it so clearly. This father is Bowden, right? Yes. So I believe the mastermind behind Bowden's death is very likely that manager. Furthermore, Deathbird also mentioned Bowden in her dialogue. She said, destiny and purification must be enacted. That was father's wish. I think this is also the source of Deathbird's series of killings in the old district. The purification and destiny Deathbird wanted to achieve evolved from Bowden's ideals. Wait, is that right? Bowden actually helped people. And what the heck is Deathbird? Does she even deserve to say she inherited her father's ideals? It was that manager who twisted all of this. She said it herself. In order for Deathbird to inherit Bowden's ideals, she helped Deathbird undergo some modifications. You mean Deathbird wasn't this crazy from the very beginning? Yes. At least in that angel portrait, Deathbird looked like a completely different person from who she is now. Although I don't know how she became Bowden's adopted daughter 3 years ago, I imagine this must have been an unexpected situation from the Crimson Angels. This hindered the manager from realizing the so-called Project Oracle. That's why she killed Bowden, and then twisted this ideal after recovering Deathbird. Project Oracle. That was their goal from conducting this series of experiments. It looks like they wanted to create a Nito. Yes. She also mentioned the origin of this project, her teacher. Unfortunately, this person doesn't seem to have appeared. Not just teacher, she also mentioned disciple too. This trash just multiplies endlessly like Magus' shit! Exactly. I think the shepherd you guys are looking for is probably among them as well. The shepherd? I didn't say nothing like that, did I? I heard it all. Project Oracle, Shepherd, these are all keywords you mentioned. Though I still don't know the exact meaning, all signs indicate it's closely related to the series of cases in the Old Town. Well, Rod, I have a question I want to confirm. The village mentioned earlier, the one you saw in your hallucination, what's its name? The name with no trace of modernity? Yes. Were there any signs or mailboxes or something like that had an address on them? I think I saw one. The data from the part is particularly chaotic. I can't seem to recall at the moment. Hey, wait! Ivan's car seems to have stopped. What do you want to say? Say it later. A short while later, Ivan entered the shopping mall. Rod followed the signal, trailing him all the way, and eventually arrived in the lobby of a psychological consultation clinic. Hey, I like this faceless. Hello. We don't allow pets here. Please leave it at the storage room. Huh? What is this woman talking about? I'm not a pet. I'm the famous Mimi. Alright, Mimi. We consider robot pets to be pets as well. I keep telling you I'm not a pet. You'd better stay here. Contact me immediately if anything happens. Rod disguised herself as a patient and entered the clinical area alone. There were many surveillance cameras here, and combined with the assistant robot being confiscated just now, this caused her to feel a trace of doubt. A psychological consultation clinic. Why would there be so many surveillance cameras? Oh my, are you lost? Because the indoor layout was somewhat complicated, Rod wandered around the lobby, trying to figure out where Ivan had gone. Just then, a voice came from beside her. Or are you a first-timer here? The facilities here are all state-of-the-art, and there are some huge discounts recently. Thank you. I'd like to look around the environment here first. Although it might sound like boasting, as a psychological counselor working here, I still recommend you purchase an experience package and try it out. Robot was a bit anxious, because this psychological counselor came up to pitch her services. She couldn't pinpoint Ivan's location at the time. I have a companion who went into that room just now. Excuse me, I need to catch up to him quickly. That room? You mean Mr. Ivan? You know him? Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Daria, Mr. Ivan's psychological counselor. However, Mr. Ivan only stayed for a few minutes. He suddenly said he had a emergency and rushed off. He left? Robot couldn't care less that Daria was still beside her and immediately checked the location of the transmitter on Ivan. And right at this moment, the assistant robot communication also came through. Holy shit! Partner, we've been duped! I saw it on his nearby surveillance cameras that Ivan just left the mall and got into another car. Say what? He found a tracker and is trying to check us off. Damn it! That guy got on the highway. It's like he's planning on leaving the city. Is there any way to seize control of the vehicle now? You gotta be in range first. 30 meters. No, 50 meters. As long as you chase him to within that distance, I can make it stop. Got it. Hang on tight then. Before the system robot could react, Robot suddenly floored the gas pedal and shifted the car into boost mode. Awesome, partner! How did I not know you got to actually drive? Unfortunately, I got my driver's license. Eh? Robot completely ignored traffic rules and drove the car straight through a red light intersection. Holy crap! What kind of righteous detective are you? You're totally an outlaw! To punish a true criminal, what does this little thing matter? In the end, this pursuit came to an end when Ivan drove to an abandoned construction site on the edge of the satellite city. Alrighty! Control acquired! Eat my cyber iron fist! After realizing the vehicle could no longer be driven, Ivan got out and continued fleeing down the road. Warrod also immediately jumped out of the car to chase him. But then... Wait! There's a heat signature reaction inside the nearby building! It's autonomous weapons! And people from the Crimson Angel cult! Holy crap! They ambushed so many people! As I thought, he's a member of the Crimson Angels. But how on earth did Ivan notice we were tracking him? Warrod, I'll go after him first. I'll be paired his people to you. Understood. I got his bathroom. I imagine we'll be in a cutscene for a while, but that's fine. Although there were many cultists assigned to ambush us, none of them were professional soldiers. On the robot's precise and efficient attacks, they quickly fell to a disadvantage in the fights. Surrender. Your combat prowess is far inferior to the parodies of the past. The deity is dead. However, faced with Robot's advice to surrender, these people did not lay down their weapons. Instead, they pulled out a strange device from under their robes. Robot immediately stopped her approach. Her experience told her the object before her might be very dangerous. Water it with the blood of us heretics! Robot, watch out! Mimi had returned to the battlefield at some unknown point. At its warning, Robot quickly dove behind the nearest cover. Almost simultaneously, the small bomb detonated, igniting a blinding ball of fire on the highway. The shockwaves sent gravel flying in all directions. I am the disciple of the angel! Immediately after, more fanatics began to emulate the first suicide. They detonated their bombs one after another. Balls of fire swallowed their bodies, the flames spreading across the secluded streets. Damn it! These people don't have much combat capability, but their madness is exactly the same as all the parodies. No matter what form they take, parodies has never changed. The smoke from the explosions gradually dissipated, and the smell of scorching permeated the air. Robot saw there was one survivor left. His explosive device seemed to have malfunctioned and didn't trigger properly. Please, grant me salvation! However, before Robot could walk over, the fanatic believer, as is driven by some command, quickly picked up his gun and aimed it towards his own jaw with hesitation. After the gunshot, the last survivor also fell to the ground. The shouts of the cultists completely disappeared, leaving only the residual heat of the burning flames in the air. Maybe. Why did you come back? What about the contractor? Can't get in. He fled to the Intercontinental Station, and they have security checks there. Don't worry, partner. I had into the ticket machine. Ivory's destination is the nearby purification zone. The train only goes to that one place. The purification zone? Do they have another stronghold? It's possible. Parodies might be trying to transfer all remaining supplies and personnel out. Then are these people who committed suicide for loose ends they abandoned? Robot looked sadly at the battlefield ahead. Mechanical debris and victims' remains were mixed together, and the metallic smell in the air made it impossible to distinguish whether it came from explosive smoke or blood. We gotta hit them hard. We can't just let them get away like this. We still don't know how Evan discovered us. If we blindly chase after him, we might run into another ambush. Then what do? I'm dying of anxiety here. For the purification zone, I'll send someone suitable over to scout it out. As for us, let's stay in the satellite city for now. I'm really concerned about that psychological consultation clinic from earlier.
通りすがりの人形よ。覚えておいて。
How is it? What's in the basement? I'm sorry for being a bit dim. There doesn't seem to be anything special here. Say, partner, Is this really a pair to stronghold? Robot arrived at the psychological consultation clinic once more, but this time, she didn't send the assistant robot to the storage room. By hacking into the surveillance system, Mimi successfully infiltrated the clinic's working area. Holy crap! This is... Did you find something? Decorative candies of all sorts of colors! Good grief! How utterly shameless! Why would such a psychological consultation clinic have these kind of things? I guess they're toys prepared to help clients relax? Relax how? What kind of relaxing? There are cattails here too! A lot of them are styles I don't even have. Robot was a bit discouraged because she hadn't found any clues related to Paradise, neither in the old supply warehouse nor the basement. She also asked the management here. They said there were many surveillance devices because deaths had occurred here before. But Ivan definitely noticed us following him right here. Oh my! Are you back again? You are Dr. Daria? Welcome. Please have a seat, Miss Wilrod. Would you like something to drink? About 10 minutes later, Wilrod went to Daria's consultation room as a normal patient. Thank you. I'd like black tea, please. I remember she said she was Ivan's psychological counselor. Let's ask and see what she knows. As soon as she entered the room, Wilrod felt that the atmosphere here was very warm. Rather than a clinic, it felt more like a private cafe. The doctor named Daria was sitting at a coffee table, offering a friendly smile. She wasn't wearing a white coat, and her gentle demeanor was like that of a cafe server. No need to be so nervous, Miss Wilrod. We can start with some small talk. I'm very glad you're willing to let me provide you with psychological counseling. You can confide any problems you have with me. Actually, I was referred here by Mr. Ivan. Ivan? He didn't mention he was going to refer a patient to me. He and I are fellow patients who met online. We aren't that close, so he might not have told you. I just pointed it out. Robot is a doll, and there's supposed to be like the current theme of Ghost Frontline 2 is that dolls have doll-like features that give them away. But this he's not happening right now. Squinty eyes. Just saying right now. We'll see what happens. I see. Then what would you like to consult about? We share similar troubles. Well, I also had family members pass away. He said the consultation here worked well for him, which is why I specifically came over to take a look yesterday. A family member passed away? Did they? Miss Wilrod, actually, for psychological counseling, and establishing trust between doctor and patient is the first step in treatment. Okay, there it is. So I hope you can let your guard down and show me your true self. If I may be so bold, Miss Railroad, you don't seem to be human, right? Where would you get your family from? Yesterday, and now as well, you put on makeup, and your outward disguise is flawless. But if I'm not mistaken, you should be a doll. Wilrod felt surprised inwardly. She was puzzled as to how she had been discovered. As if seeing through her thoughts, Dr. Daria pointed to her own eye. This is a prosthetic eye equipped with infrared recognition. The thermal signature of a doll's frame is different from a human's. Wilrod observed carefully, only then noticing a flickering point of light in Daria's left eye, a characteristic of the prosthetic eye reading information. Wouldn't equipping a psychiatrist with such a thing arouse the patient's resentment? On the contrary, it helps me serve my profession better, whether it's recording patient information or assisting in recognizing their mood swings. After all, many people are unwilling to speak directly about their issues, just like you, Miss Wilrod. Wilrod sighed helplessly. She had to temporarily modify her plan and took out her electronic business card. Your profession is a detective? Also, this is my first time seeing a doll who actually possesses her own authority. This is a gift given to me by my most important person. Based on this, I can take full responsibility for my own actions. Dr. Daria, I need you to tell me about Mr. Ivan's condition, his past experiences, and his social relationships. I see. It looks like you were also here yesterday to investigate Mr. Ivan, weren't you? But unfortunately, as a psychologist, I have an obligation to keep my patients' secrets. Yep, that's true. You should have already heard that there is a Crimson Angels cultist gang in the Satellite City. They have caused massive casualties all over, and Mr. Ivan is highly likely connected to them. I saw this incident on the news. An internet celebrity was killed, triggering many people to denounce the government. You must have talked about Sergi. He was drawn into a dispute related to this cult. The security department is continuously investigating this case. If you need it, I can also apply for a search warrant. Robot was bluffing. In reality, she had no official background. But Daria wouldn't know that. I understand. If it involves a crime, I am willing to tell you what I know. Crimson Angels. Mr. Ivan indeed mentioned some things related to faith. He once said that his god was an angel. Angel. Did he not mention the organization known as the Crimson Angels? That's not what he said. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to help him with the consultation. Wait, I have consultation records here. Daria sat down in front of the desktop terminal to search for the data. Perhaps out of a psychologist's professional habit, she maintained a conversation with Wilrod. Mr. Ivan once had a happy family, but one day, his wife and child unfortunately lost their lives into a traffic accident. I heard about that. Then do you know that this accident was caused by a criminal organization in the old district? It was a gang shootout in the old district, and Mr. Ivan's family was unfortunately caught in it. Mr. Ivan fell into extreme guilt and indignation because of this. He hated the existence of the old district and everyone associated with the crime. He once confided in me, saying he wanted to blow the place into ruins and kill everyone there. Hatred and killing cannot solve the crimes in the old district. I tried to persuade him similarly, but it wasn't very effective. After all, no matter what he does, his dead wife and son will not return. Miss Wilrod, you seem to have someone you cherish too, right? If one day that person is killed by someone, could you stay calm? Unlike you dolls, once a human life is lost, it can never be brought back. Unless one day, they can be resurrected. Just like dolls, even if their bodies turn to dust, they can still be reborn relying on their saved neural cloud data. I heard you were the one who cheered Ivan up. Unfortunately, there's a bit of misunderstanding there. Like I said just now, Ivan placed his faith in an angel. During that time, he smiled and told me about the destiny conveyed by the angel, and the salvation she would bring. I didn't quite understand what that meant, but Ivan's condition indeed kept getting better. I even thought he was going to recover at one point because Ivan didn't come to see me for several months during that time. Wait, then why did he come to you for a consultation yesterday? I don't know. Ivan came back to me a month ago, but he didn't tell me the specific details. But judging from my experience, something must have happened to shake his fate. He felt immense pain. He says someone killed my angel. Killed an angel? Ah, I found his file. Daria suddenly spun around her chair. Prior to that, Robot had been completely engrossed in the psychological journey of Ivan that she was describing. She genuinely considered, if the commander really became a victim one day, what would she do? Since you're investigating for a security department, just take it with you. Daria handed Wilrod a chip that looked utterly ordinary. Without much thought, Wilrod reached out and took it. But in the very next instant, the scene in her visual module began to distort, with abnormal data flows appearing in her neural cloud. The setting before her eyes morphed from the consultation room into somewhere else in the blink of an eye. Crimson crosses, a pristine white altar, and the Paradise emblem hanging beside the statue. It was that underground church. God, please accept my confession. Wilrod stood upon the altar and saw that the person confessing below was Yanina. She was kneeling all alone in front of the idol. Her neck, arms, and her whole body was covered in scars, as if she had just been severely beaten by the cultists. What was even more terrifying was the old wound caused by the collapse radiation bomb on her left cheek. Symptoms of Mal-Elid were spreading. This was my punishment. I rejected salvation and fled my hometown. That's why I can't receive God's forgiveness. I have repented. I won't resist anymore. I beg you, God, please show this helpless lamb the way. I am willing to do anything for you. Her eyes were filled with tears, as if she was undergoing profound introspection. However, Robot could sense the suppressed emotion in her gaze. There was nothing but fear. Yanina just didn't want to be beaten by others again. She was afraid of losing her most precious life, so she didn't dare resist Paradise anymore. Who is it? Just then, the girl suddenly raised her head and cast her gaze towards Wilrod. She can see me? No. Wilrod quickly realized that the girl was looking behind her. She turned around to look, and a figure passed right through Wilrod's body and walked up to the girl. Deathbird? While she was praying, you were hiding in the shadows this whole time? In every hallucination, Deathbird had made an appearance, so her presence here was within Wilrod's expectations. Lady Angel! I'm sorry, did I disturb you? Please don't punish me, I'll leave right away. Wait. However, Wilrod gradually realized that the Deathbird before her was not the same existence that had appeared in her hallucinations before. I heard your confession. I felt your pain as well. Eh? You said you're willing to do anything to attain salvation, right? She couldn't see Wilrod. She was a character within a hallucination, just like Yanina. She also wasn't wearing a mask, and her uncovered face appeared much kinder. The biggest difference, though, was the compassion and gentleness expressed in her words. She wasn't fixated on destiny and purification, but truly looked at Yanina before her as if she were a human in need of help. Is this Deathbird the one from before the manager modified her? Then escape with me. I can feel the fear in your heart, and the true salvation you desire. Huh? What do you mean? Without alerting anyone, just the two of us together. Escape paradise. 10 or so minutes ago, in a purification zone around MAS-02, a long-abandoned factory, its dilapidated state poorly hidden even under the noon sun. Inside the building, the walls were covered in rust and the window panes had long since been shattered, looking like pairs of dark hollow eyes. However, amidst the dead silence, a group of robed figures was gathered together, conducting an eerie assembly. God is dead! Nourish us with the blood of heretics! Ivan was among them. He and the cultists gathered together to form a circular array, as if bowing to a non-existent deity in the flower bed. Is that the Blood Angel? So eerie. On the other side of the building, two security officers commissioned by Wilrod were hiding in the shadows, quietly recording the scene before them. Be careful. Don't get discovered. The person Wilrod asked us to jail is that guy named Ivan. But why do we have to do something so risky? Nonsense. Don't you want to know the truth behind this trinket cases? We're the Solid City security personnel. How can we just leave all the criminal investigators to someone else? The moment the salvation is almost here. Lost lambs, let us return to the side of Lady Angel together. After the prayer continued for a while, the security captain observed the leading cultists start handing out a certain item to the others. This is the key to paradise. Please hold on to it well. That looks like some sort of homemade device? Captain, the radiation detection equipment we brought is showing abnormal readings. Mr. Ivan, here's your key. Please hold on to it. What is something we're going to do? We are preparing to reunite with your wife and son, of course. Mr. Ivan, didn't you always say you really wanted to see them? Yes, that's why I joined the Crimson Angels. Because you said you would purify the old district and realize destiny. But this doesn't seem to have anything to do with what we're doing now? Mr. Ivan, there is nothing to fear. Have you forgotten the salvation the angel told us about? Through this ritual, we will resurrect the angel, and as long as she awakens, all the dead will also be able to return. The same goes for your wife and son. You will reunite with them, never to be separated again. Understood. Excellent! Then let us celebrate, everyone! Let us revel, everyone! The ritual of salvation will begin at noon. Let us await the arrival of that moment together. At this time, the security captain, observing from the perimeter, carefully adjusted his camera lens. Then he finally got a clear look at that suspicious object. It was exactly the explosive device Robot had mentioned in her intel, and one of them was connected to a glass tube filled with dark green liquid. Yeah, these are dirty bombs. I believe they're not exactly EASO boxes, but there's something like it. Basically, they're class radiation bombs. Could that be glass particles? Damn it, are they trying to detonate it here? Who's there? Too shocked he couldn't control his voice for a moment. Fleeting cultists immediately noticed the commotion over here and surrounded their location, weapons in hand. Crap. Quick, let's go! Captain, my legs are weak! Perhaps due to excessive fright, the inexperienced security officer was trembling and unable to move. Quick, come this way! Hey! It's a cute honorable merchant. You are? At this time, a woman dressed as a Yellow Zone merchant suddenly appeared from nearby abandoned building. You guys go call for backup. I'll draw them away. A few minutes later, under the cover of the underground broker, the two security personnel left the premises occupied by the cultists. Hey! Hurry up and answer your phone, detective! After contacting the Satellite City security headquarters, the on-site security personnel didn't forget to dial the number Robot had left them. Who is it going hey like that? So rude. Robot isn't here. If you have anything to say, say it. Just say it. We have an emergency. A class radiation bomb has been found over here, and those cultists are planning to detonate it. A class radiation bomb? Eh? You're a security personnel commissioned by Robot. Understood. Evacuate the scene immediately. I'll try to notify the nearby garrison. On the other end of communication, the smart robot suddenly became very liable, like a battle-hardened commander. Right. Besides those cultists, there's also a merchant in the area. She just saved us. Merchant? I understand. English, you gotta leave immediately. After the collapse radiation bomb goes off, those cultists might undergo elite infection. Get as far away as possible. Okay. Robot and I will get there as soon as possible. Five minutes later. Those cultists indeed turn to elites. Nearby garrison is also mobilizing. Let's deal with the immediate threat first. How's the situation inside the building? I'm not sure yet. Let's limit these enemies in front of us first. After receiving the news, Robot hurried to the purification zone monitored by the security personnel as fast as possible. However, the radiation bomb had already exploded. The elite-infected cultists occupied the building where they previously gathered. Interesting, image. Time 1521. The elite threat at the center of the class radiation bomb had been eliminated. Those security personnel who came to provide backup are almost done fighting too. Robot, let's check the survivors first. Under the cover of the purification zone's garrison, Robot was the first to rush to the blast zone of the collapsed radiation bomb, arriving in front of the flower bed where the cultists had been praying. Before her were several broken remains. Some died to acute elid, while others were a mingled mess of flesh and blood, suspected to have been gnawed on by the elids. Unfortunately, it seems their so-called god did not favor them. What were these people thinking? If you're going to die, at least find a better spot. They want to reunite with their families. I read the consultation records Daria gave me. Starting a month ago, Ivan's mental state suddenly became unstable. He repeatedly asked one question during the consultations. Why hasn't his family returned yet? Didn't Ivan's family already pass away? Yes, but in the consultation records, Ivan firmly believed that someone could resurrect the dead. That's right, it's Deathbird. The salvation she preached to her followers had two layers of meaning. Purification meant eradicating the criminals in the old district, while destiny, rolling back the dead like a save file? And people actually believe this crap? Exactly. Paradise is still as adept at manipulating hearts as ever. It's extremely effective on people like Ivan. As long as they believe the lie that they can be resurrected even if they die, they can press detonators in their hands without hesitation. Warlock tried to grip the gun in her hand. Looking at these people who died so tragically, she felt anger, but also a sense of powerlessness. She wondered if she had to ride a little faster. Could she have saved some of them? Wait, well, Rod, aren't there too few remains here? The number? Aha! I was right! Even if we include the Elis from earlier, the number of dead bodies here doesn't add up. Judging from the video recorded by those security officers, there were at least a couple dozen cultists gathered here praying. Could it be? Just like Yanina, someone was afraid of death and fled at the last minute. But the others would have tried to stop the deserters. They were armed and wouldn't have likely tolerate their comrades fleeing. You're quite right. Getting those people out did cost me quite a bit of effort. Just then, a woman's voice came from behind Wellrod. Perhaps because she hadn't expected anyone else to be here, she was so startled she momentarily forgot to raise her gun and stand on guard. Fortunately, no one knows the Yellow Zone better than a merchant. Ah, wait, this is Purification Zone now. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the people who felt remorse at the end and wanted to run away were all brought to the basement of this building by me. They're a bit injured, but still alive. Perhaps because she saw how Robot fought just now, the underground broker wearing anti-radiation gear wasn't aware of her at all, and walked over with a smile. You must be Detective Wellrod, right? While investigating these cultists, I also heard rumors about you. Are you the Honorable Merchant? Oh my. So, you know me too? What, am I that famous in Yellowstone too? Wellrod was so surprised she couldn't speak. She hadn't expected to so suddenly run into the target she had been searching for right here. The manager said the armor merchant left Side City, but judging from her own tone just now, she hadn't gone far and was still persisting in investigating the Crimson Angels. I know. Those two security officers in charge said they ran to a merchant, so it must be this person. Security officers? So those were people you sent? That was a close call. Me and Lauren the cultist back then. Good thing I was lying in an ambush nearby. Well, Rod, are you going to tell her about Paul and Nisa? You're right. I actually panicked for a moment. You must be the righteous merchant, right? Or honorable merchant, whatever one you want to pick. We've been looking for you on Paul and Nisa's commission. Paul and Nisa? Oh, right, I haven't contacted her in a long time. Eh? She's worried about me too? That omnipotent broker. Got it. I'll find a way to let her know that I'm safe as soon as possible. But right now, I still need to track down that manager. You know what? That person has also left MAS-02. Looks like they've headed somewhere else. Leave tracking her whereabouts to me. I'm familiar with the Yellow Zone. As for you guys, take this. The honorable merchant suddenly tossed the electronic card, and Robot instinctively reached out and caught it in her hand. This is... Those survivors I locked in the basement? You bring them back in Sally City. Since the dead cannot be brought back to life, then how to allow the survivors to live on with hope is a question all of us living must ponder. I'll trouble you to counsel them. Well then. Robot looked at the key card in her hand and let out a helpless wry smile. Those cultists had long gone mad. Even if they temporarily avoided martyrdom driven by instinct, they definitely wouldn't be so easily persuaded. But undeniably, just the fact that lies could be saved was enough to bring comfort to the justice she had always fought for. I think I understand Polynesia's survivors of you now. A meddlesome busybody, and quite naive. Huh? Is that how she evaluated me? Huh, she's quite accurate. Holy crap, does this merchant actually think you're praising her? I really can't with this piece of work. Since she didn't want to be discovered infiltrating the purification zone by security personnel, the honorable merchant then bid farewell to Wellrod and left this incident scene. And just as her figure disappeared from everyone's sight, speckles of blue light particles began to float up from the ground of the purification zone. Huh? What are these lights? Could it be? My jars are bugged out too. Robot initially thought she was seeing hallucinations again, until she noticed the assistant robot beside her also reacted. Blue light particles, like fireflies, slowly rose and converged in the air. Robot's electronic pupils flickered slightly. She felt a massive influx of data surging into her neural cloud. Huh? That was exactly the conversation she had with Harpsy in the maintenance pod before coming here. The scenes belonging to the future that have been locked away for this operation were reawakening in their neural cloud. I see. It seems this is the end of the journey. Rod? Let me tell you the aftermath. After this series of events, the Deathbird disappeared and never showed up again. The Blood Angel cult also vanished without a trace from then on. The security department concluded they were completely wiped out in this mass suicide. Wait, are you talking about things that happened a few years after this? And because the Shepherd's memory is blocked, I gradually forgot this series of events until that lab we investigated together. The blue light particles became denser and denser, orbiting Wilbur like stars. She stood at the center of the light, not feeling too surprised. The solution to the puzzle had actually been obvious for a long time. This series of cases were merely scenes in her neural cloud. An assistant robot that had always accompanied her were Robot's most important partner. Could it be that this neural recreation is already... Yes, this neural recreation is over. These blue particles of light are my neural cloud data. They are undergoing reorganization. Thank you for staying by my side all this time, Harpsy. And Commander. Well, Rod! This isn't robot left over and was definitely caught by Rod. That's great! Robot's memories are finally repaired, and all the damage data has been recovered. Yes, that's thanks to you all. You have to be praised by Warrod. However, when playing the role of assistant robot, what was with all that arrogant tone? Were you deliberately trying to appear reliable in front of me? Yeah, that was... After all, we were investigating a case, so I thought we needed a tough guy assistant who wasn't afraid of trouble. Did I mess that up? No. Your energetic performance was truly encouraged me. But didn't I say it'd be best not tell the commander? I originally wanted to recover my memories on my own to give him a surprise, but in the end, it was only with your help that I accomplished all of this. I was the one who asked Harpsy. Truly after you dove into the neural cloud, I saw her in the maintenance room. Harpsy wasn't good at hiding things, and she quickly told me the truth. Well, Rod, I couldn't possibly let you face danger alone. That's just slightly your style, Commander. You always been the same as before. Through the comm screen, Robot looked ready at the commander, unable to hide the excitement in her heart. Although she had long sensed that he had been by her side this whole time, when the truth was finally revealed, she was still overwhelmingly joyous, as if a long wait had finally reached a perfect conclusion. All this feels like a dream from parting to reunion. I had to apologize to you for a scenario recreation to proceed smoothly. I had to hide the truth from you. Your choice was correct, because only I, while lost in confusion, could reach the end of this case. It is a cold case, and also a scar that has lingered in my neural cloud. However, perhaps due to the participation of you two, this scenario recreation has some differences from reality I actually experienced, which also gave me some different clues. Firstly, there are the hallucinations. The Remy doesn't know Yonina's experiences. Secondly, regarding Sergei's murder case, I failed to perceive its connection to Bowden's case, nor was I too clear on the meaning of the destiny and purification that Deathbird inherited. Lastly, the Umber Merchant. While I did find her whereabouts in reality, we didn't talk nearly that much. Didn't meet again after that? No, but Paul Lisa catched me later, saying she had confirmed her safety and the commission was successfully completed. Speaking of which, the Crimson Angels have been hunting her down, which is why my infiltration of their base went so smoothly earlier. That I'm a merchant, the trustworthy person. Exactly, but judging for your subsequent battles in Lviv, Commander, she must not have found Chilovic. Chilovic's been eliminated by Commander, right? Then what about the Shepherd? Who is she? Robot, you probably already know, right? I already have a candidate in mind, because only that person had the opportunity to implant a program in my neural cloud. But unfortunately, I have no evidence on hand right now, and I can't probably be sure of the motive. Huh? The comm screen suddenly became a bit blurry. Right, because the memory repair is complete. The sync restoration will also automatically resolve. The repair data transformed into blue particles had already filled the space, surging like a tide, signaling that the neural cloud link with the outside world was about to break. It seems we'll have to endure another brief separation. Commander, once this incident is over, I'd like to have a good talk with you. Yeah, I'll wait for you. The blue particles rapidly receded like a tide, and the entire space returned to normal. The assistant robot before her was still there, but Robot could feel that it had reverted back to its original AI assistant state. There's still some time before the hibernation mode activates, and right now, I hold a massive amount of clues in my hands. Commander, Harpsy, thank you for helping me retrieve my important memories. Now, let me unearth the truth behind it all. Looking at it now, my locked memories can roughly be divided into 3 points in time. Namely, the investigation of the Old District, the apartment murder case, and tracking Ivan. And running through all of them in a search of the Umber Merchant's whereabouts, and the capture of the key figure of the Crimson Angels, Deathbird. Speaking of Deathbird, in this third case, there is one point that is very different from the previous 2 memory segments. Compared to the previous memories, what is special about the third incident? Deathbird didn't appear, or Dark's appearance. Daria. The psychologist appearing in my locked memories was no coincidence. She is a person worthy of attention. Right now there is no direct evidence showing that she is a shepherd. Perhaps to understand her further, we need to start with the people around her. That's right, it's Deathbird. She didn't appear in this case involving the pursuit of Ivan. A month ago, I injured her in battle. Even if she's still undergoing repairs, there shouldn't be absolutely no news of her. After all, as the needle of the Crimson Angel cult, and the crucial sample of Chilovic mentioned, she's a very important figure. Where did Deathbird appear in the third memory segment? In the church. I must carefully review this final incident to confirm if there is any information related to Deathbird. The strange church? Deathbird did indeed appear. No solution caused by the memory block program is not part of past memories. Moreover, in that scene, her appearance was somewhat odd. It didn't look like the Mad Needle I knew, but rather like her from an event from an even earlier time. Perhaps there is a better answer. I don't remember Deathbird appearing afterwards. I'm just gonna go down the list. Was there a trace of Deathbird there? My confession just hit a dead end. We're gonna retrace some steps for now. Yeah, the eulogy. Right, those cultists in the purification zone said a eulogy like this. God is dead, water it with the blood of us heretics. The god mentioned in the eulogy undoubtedly refers to Deathbird. Come to think of it, during his psychological counseling, Ivan also said something similar. He said, "Someone killed my angel." Deathbird is dead? Could it be due to the injuries I caused her? This conclusion is of great significance. Is there any way to conclusively prove Deathbird's death? Where's the evidence that can prove that Deathbird is dead? So where would it be at? The purification zone. What happened here is indeed concerning. When the cults committed suicide, they gathered around the flower bed, one after another, seeking salvation. They chanted the prayer God is dead surrounding the flower bed. The flower bed? Could it be? The cultists gathering here to commit suicide wasn't an accident. There's something under the flower bed. Something is buried here. Right, the remains. The Deathbird really died, but as a needle and a deity of the Blood Angel cult. Her remains would definitely be treated with care. Please, Harpsy, I'll give you the conclusion now. Please tell the commander immediately to go to the purification zone and find the buried angel's remains. Laura didn't know if Harpsy could still hear her call. She just wanted to pass on the clue as quickly as possible. So we hit confirm, so there's not another battle yet. We didn't get to fight the boss yet though, so 2 more? 3 more? 4 more, actually. The repaired neurocloud space is undergoing its final sorting. During this process, Robot's consciousness flowed back like a tide, and many fragments of past memories resurfaced, clear and profound. At Griffin, she met the commander. Unlike everyone else, the commander didn't treat dolls as tools and weapons, but as partners and comrades in arms, and wives, of course. Dolls were allowed to have their own thoughts, their own time. It was then that Robot fell in love with detective movies. There are many kinds of detective movies, but Wilrod summarized them into 3 elements: wicked criminals, pathetic human nature, and tragic reality. Against a heavy story background, the detectives remain composed and cool. They discern the truth, and their sense of justice never wavers. Ultimately, the truth is revealed, and the criminals are brought to justice. Perhaps the darkness of human nature will never be extinguished, but justice will also never be absent. Wilrod yearned to become a bringer of justice. During her short yet long time at Griffin, she fought against evil time and time again. However, when their battles achieved ultimate victory, peace did not arrive. Wilrod lost her commander, and her former companions also separated, wandering aimlessly in the city. She had moments of discouragement, but quickly made up her mind. She would inherit his justice. This is the reason Wilrod came to the satellite city. She swore to pass on the conviction of justice as a detective, acting as the commander's disciple. Memory lockdown failed. Subject's neurocloud was not devoured by the shadows of the past. Lockdown protocol has been intercepted, unable to continue executing the mission. I knew you would appear again. This time, perhaps we can have a proper talk? Deathbird, or should I call you Angel? In the neurocloud space, Deathbird, appearing as an illusion, took off her mask at this moment. She appeared extremely calm, like a statue devoid of personality. This huge bug eyes, man. Deathbird, Angel. No, that's not my name. Accurately speaking, you are a lockdown protocol implanted in my neural cloud by the Shepherd. But I suppose the reason you look like this is probably because the Shepherd referenced some of her data when making you. A doll's neural cloud isn't so easily locked, let alone over such a long period, unless there's been a consciousness monitoring me this entire time. I don't know the background you mentioned, but the destiny I bear is indeed monitoring and locking. She also miscalculated one thing. There are still quite a few impurities left in your data. That's the past neural cloud records of yours she was supposed to delete completely, which are also the hallucinations I saw. Objectively speaking, these things helped me, and also caused the content of the scenario recreation to differ from reality. I never actively helped you. Those hallucinations were a form of neural interference. Everything I did was to complete my mission, to defeat you on the chessboard of the neural cloud. I see. So it wasn't of your own volition. But I still saw in those visions the true ideal that Bowden entrusted to you. Bowden. I can recall some vague things regarding that name. My original body, a Paradise Nito, was a completely useless half-finished product. She was originally planned to be used for preaching, but due to a design flaw, she could only empathize with the suffering of the believers. So she ran away. After feeling Yenina's pain, she took her and ran away together. Because they had no legal status, they could only wander the old district. But right around that time, there was a charitable organization that would take in people like them. That's right, the Bowden home. They lived there for a year. Bowden was a philanthropist who was always dedicated to improving the circumstances of the residents in the old district. By the side of such a kind person, that angel's heart could finally find a moment of peace. She and Yenina spent a brief but precious time together. But Bowden was murdered a year later, and the one pulling the strings of the Dagger Gang was behind the Blood Angel. Yanina and the Deathbird once again drifted into the old town together, but initially they probably hadn't yet abandoned Bowden's ideals. I don't possess information on what happened after that. Also, our time to chat is running out. At this time, the figure of the Deathbird began to thin out. She was abnormal dated to begin with. With Robot's near cloud repaired, all traces of her would be purged as a virus. Then let me confirm the most crucial question. The protagonist in the visions you kept showing me, Yanina, she's a shepherd, isn't she? On the chessboard, justice and evil, light and darkness, will forever be entangled in slaughter. Her figure flickered briefly before materializing again, as if fighting against her impending dissipation. And no matter who wins, it is nothing more than a prologue to the next game. Detective, let her meet her own end. So, was that a yes? The ghost disappeared, but Warbot still stood in place, facing the yellow zone scene before her alone. This scene wouldn't last long. She heard a familiar voice calling out to her. Her frame was about to boot up, and she would wake up from her dormant state. I accept your commission. Warbot gently adjusts her glasses. Then she turned around and, as if bidding farewell to the past, left this barren space without looking back. Moser region, approximately 15 kilometers from Satellite City MAS-02. No one had been to the Superior Kitchen Zone since construction was halted 2 years ago. This is Fukai! The soil here is quite soft. Do you think what we're looking for is hidden here? It's only soft because the ground hasn't been hardened. We can't be sure the target is underneath. But on this day, several dolls suddenly drove here, then picked up shovels and started digging furiously. Help me! Don't tell me we're going to dig up this whole place! Even the miners and gold digger couldn't dig this fast. You know, you're a lazy bum, you're not wrong this time. What do we do, Harpsy? In such a large area, we can't possibly find where the flower bed from back then was. I think I might as well just go to Salt Lake City and investigate Jiro Company and that clinic. Robot said right at the end that there were important clues here. I don't think she could get it wrong. We can't just dig blindly like this. Can't you provide a more specific location? Kukai's gaze suddenly settled on a row of wooden structures in the distant wilderness. What are you talking about? Harpsy, in Robot's scenario recreation, were there any tombstones in the purification zone? Tombstones? No, there shouldn't be. There was only an abandoned flower bed. What about survivors? Did anyone survive that suicide incident in the end? Huh? Yes, there was. What do you mean? Boka, stop digging with the shovel over there. Contact Andres and have her drive the excavation equipment over. Yeah? Excavation equipment? Didn't you say that machine breaks down a lot? So we should confirm the exact location first before using it? I know. Yukai just as frustrated as I am and she wants to push her luck, right? I wouldn't place my chances of waiting on luck. I said we found a key marker, that's all. The dead from the past will guide us to that angel's location. When all the connection cables were removed from her frame, I saw Robot's tightly shut eyes begin to flutter. Then those familiar eyes slowly opened. Her gaze carried the confusion of someone newly awake at first, but quickly regained its clarity. Well, Rod, you're You're finally awake! Harpsy, who had been waiting in front of the maintenance pod with me, excitedly launched at her. Wait, don't hug me so tightly. Tell me what the situation is right now. In the final stages of clearing the attack protocol, a strange piece of data suddenly hijacked your neural cloud signal, but luckily it was a false alarm. Commander, have you been here this whole time? I came over when the connection between the assistant robot and your neural cloud was cut off. I really made you worried this time, Commander. Harpsy, thank you all for doing so much for me this time. Rod seems to be funny, okay? Rod patted Harpsy's head, soothing her to calm her down. Commander, I assume we can come in now too? Don't be nervous, Vivi. The commander was the one who called us over. You all came too. I'm sorry, I must reflect once again on the trouble I caused everyone this time. It wasn't any trouble. We were just really worried about you. Like Vivi, she stayed in the command room all night, monitoring your condition. Is that so? That makes you worry, Captain. It's what I should do. Besides, it's partly my fault that you got into this situation in the first place. And Kukai has already chewed me out. It was absolutely brutal. We all share the blame, but now's not the time to leisurely reflect on our mistakes, right, Commander? I heard from Kukai that there were some conflicts with your team in the past, but you all seem quite united now. In that case, I can safely entrust the upcoming mission to you guys. Mission? Could it be? Well, Rod, I received the last piece of intel you sent. That purification zone. Kukai already led Squad 404 to investigate it. Yes. That area happens to be not far from where Squad 404 is located. While you were doing your final neural cloud sorting, they found that thing. I picked up the tablet device next to the table, which was playing the video of the scene, and handed it to Welrod. Just as you thought, a needle frame was buried under the flower bed. Robot's expression was grave as she watched the video of the rusted frame remain several times. I've already had Nemesis help confirm it. This is indeed a needle that Paradise manufactured in Yellowstone a long time ago. Wait, the mechanical wings on this frame's back looks a bit strange. Wow, Robot noticed it right away. It took me ages to spot that. Those mechanical wings are accessories added later. Unlike the frame, they weren't made by Paradise. It looks like they wanted to imitate angel wings. This mechanical wing model is very unique. Can you find out where it was manufactured? Because the production serial number was still on it, we found it very easily. It's a medical prosthetics factory affiliated with Gerbil Medical. Gerbil? Ivan's company? Yes. Gerbil Medical Group is a local enterprise in MAS-02 that originally specialized in community clinics. Many of its factory production lines rely on the legal trade in the old district. What's worth noting is that the period when the company began to rapidly expand coincides precisely with when the bizarre killings occurred in the old district. As expected, this company is a stronghold Paradise established in the affiliate city. Well, Rod, Squad 404 Team 1 is preparing to enter the Solid City. They will infiltrate the Brill's headquarters and investigate the Shepherd. Tell me your conjecture. Who is she? What kind of evidence should we be looking for? Commander, during the serial recreation, you asked me a question through the assistant robot. What was the name of the village I saw in the hallucination? I can answer you now. That was Bourne Village. So it looks like I may have not gotten the update, but this should be Bonstuff. Bonstuff is where Moklian was in Ghost from Line 1. Are you sure? Yes, because the shepherd Yanina is a survivor of that village. Yanina? Huh? From the first case? The young girl from the old district? She was controlled by Paradise twice. Although she also tried to resist, she was ultimately infected by Chilovic's madness. She has already changed her original appearance and taken a new name. Therefore, what we are looking for now is evidence pointing to her current identity. Understood. I'll have Kukai and the others prioritize finding related data. Team 2, get ready as well. Head to Sally City and regroup with her. To get to Sally City as fast as possible, Hide 404 Team 2 boarded an intercontinental train under the commander's coordination. It was inconvenient for the commander to travel to the Green Zone, but they commanded the operations on both sides in real time via comms, keeping a close eye on how the situation developed. Warrod, your guess was right. That person's data does indeed exist in Jibble's prosthetic modification database. This is a search code report. The biological traces recorded in it match the key characteristics of Yanina that you provided. The content of the surgery was removal of facial siliconized crystals caused by the class radiation. Thank you, Commander. This is the crucial evidence I've been looking for. Wait until the operation is over to Denku Kai. This is the intel Team 1 acquired in Jibble headquarters. Okay. Whether it was when I was injured before, or this current operation, I received a lot of help from them. As a member of High 404 Team 2, I would not disappoint Captain Kukai's expectations anymore. Can we confirm the Shepherd's location now? I contacted an informant in the security department and asked her to check the access logs. The Shepherd should have stayed within the Sally City this whole time. However, her exact location requires further investigation. Could it be that old underground base? That's very unlikely. That place is still under the surveillance of the security department to this day. Perhaps they established a new stronghold. I will have the Kukai side investigate. You guys prioritize finding the Shepherd's whereabouts. Understood. The brilliant lights on the horizon, surrounded by stars, the wheels of destiny. The commander asked me to help. It concerns Paradise, so I can't ignore it. It will take time for the people of Zerkuro to get here, so I drafted Nemesis to temporarily join Team 2 and operate with you guys to handle any unexpected situations. I'm sorry, I want to go too, but sneaking to the Green Zone is quite troublesome right now. Commander, I want to ask, what does Bondstoff Village, which you and Rob mentioned earlier, have to do with this incident? Shush! Harpsy, it seems the commander's on top of that topic. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine. Since this relates to the mission, I really should explain. Let me be the one to tell them, Commander. After all, I was the one who first discovered the connection between Bondstoff and this case. Understood. It will be more appropriate coming from you. Back when we were still in Griffin, the commander discovered a village while investigating Paradise. That was Bondstoff. It's located in the suburbs of Berlin, a pre-modern style village created as an ecological project, and thus gathered a group of people who rejected technology and yearned for a natural life. That's correct so far? However, in reality, it had been long influenced by Paradise teachings, correct? I think I heard Cheyenne talk about this. Cheyenne, Liu, and the others all saw the victims of Bondstoff at the time. Oh, so they were the supporting team at that time. They were not mentioned at all in Ghost Frontline 1. was only the AR team and the Dandelion who was there. So they did bring in supports. So Liu, General Liu, M200, and some others were also there. Neat. I'll skip the details, but basically Peridus eventually abandoned the village, causing the zealots to coerce the villagers into committing mass suicide. Cultists leading everyone to commit suicide? Wait a minute, isn't this exactly what happened to Wilrod's memories? Yes, it's no coincidence. In fact, the shepherd is also someone from that village. Before setting off, I found the records of Bonstoff survivors and the mission logs kept by the commander, and her name is in there. That was an important mission, so I kept the data all this time. I truly never expected it to be connected to this incident. A communication from LocalCache just came in. I'll interrupt this call for a moment. Commander seemed to be a little uncomfortable just now. It's not my fault, I brought up so suddenly. Even if it's for the commander's sake, we must resolve this incident as soon as possible. End the cycle of evil. Not long after communication with the commander ended, a call from LocalCache also came through. Team 2, the commander told me to contact you directly. There are some changes regarding the upcoming action plan. We hacked into Jiro's database, only to find that the data here have been wiped out recently, including most of the information that might be related to the Shepherd and Paradis. Does that mean they know we're here? The early intelligence about the Shepherd came from Nampha. If it wasn't an information leak. Can Jibble obtain information from internal to the Nampha? Since it's related to Paradis, the situation isn't unexpected. I've already had Leva investigate the specific leak channels. Then should we regroup first? MAS-02 isn't that big. I think with more people, we should be able to find the Shepherd's whereabouts much faster. No. We found a facility Jibbo established in the Yellow Zone. Team 1 will prioritize heading there. The operation to capture the Shepherd will be entirely left to you guys. And the key to this operation, Wilrod, I heard it from the commander that you still don't know the Shepherd's exact location. Yes, we only know that the target is in the Solid City for now. I have another piece of intel on my end. A few days ago, Jibril ordered a batch of weapons and equipment to be delivered to MAS-02. The amount of equipment was large, and it included large mechs. I believe this is the operation the Shepherd made to resist capture after discovering Rodrigo's arrest. Wait, bringing large-scale weapons into the Solid City? The security department didn't tell me about this. Did they not register it? Robot's gaze instantly sharpened, and a forgotten corner soon surfaced in her mind. She remembered that there was such an area in MS-02, where crime ran rampant and illegal trade was even more widespread than elsewhere, making it hard to attract the attention of the security department. Judging by your expression, you thought of something? To think it was this simple. I think I know what the Shepherd's hiding. Where is this? The old district is in Solid City, the place where this incident began. Only here could a large-scale weapon be hidden without being discovered by the security department. Warlock, be careful! It looks like there's an ambush! There it is. It's those cultists! We found the right place. They've already spotted us. Robot, you go find a Shepherd first. leave this to the other members. Understood. Leave this to Void. The roads in the old town were narrow. After being blocked by a group of cultists, Squad 404 Team 2 decided to split up. Warlock was most familiar with the area, so she arrived at the target location fastest. She pushed open the dilapidated wooden door and walked into a house. The air inside was filled with stale dust and an indescribable smell of decay. There was no lighting. Only the moonlight filtering in through the window outlined the rough shapes of the furniture and spatial layouts. Commander, I'm in position. Find a target first. We will arrive shortly. Remember to be careful. In her true memories, Warlock's impression of this place was originally very blurry. Because that initial commission seemed completely unrelated to the subsequent case at first, the relevant information had long been shoved in the corner of Warlock's neural cloud. The flowers on the windowsill have now completely withered and died, and the dust on the floor is much thicker than before, as if time has stood still for a long time. Warrod stood where she had once discussed this case with the assistant robot. That was an experience from the scenario of recreation, whereas in her true memories, she had always faced these cases alone. Stop hiding, I know you're here. A gust of night wind blew in through the window, sweeping up the dust on the floor. Another set of footsteps sounded. The person hiding in the corner slowly stepped out of the shadows, bathed in the cold moonlight. Starting from the disappearance of that unwell merchant, the true mastermind behind a series of cases was right before her eyes. In order to find her, Warrod once got lost in the Yellow Zone, then returned here from the Yellow Zone. Yeah, I knew it. Dr. Daria, it's been a long time. You are? Oh, I remember now. Miss Warrod, a patient who once came to me for consultation. With a smile, Daria brought up their brief encounter. It was at that time where I obtained Ivan's psychological consultation records from her. Do you want to play dumb to the end? It's useless. You're already surrounded. Your subordinates nearby will also be wiped out by my companions soon. Warlock drew her gun, pointing the muzzle straight at Daria. There is no one else in the room. This might be a good opportunity to subdue her. Oh my. How dangerous! Your name hasn't appeared in this case from the beginning to the end, and even I mistook you for an ordinary psychologist for a time. Therefore, when you took out the data card and had me to connect to it, I didn't even have a shred of doubt. Miss Daria, the memory block program created using a Neo's neural cloud. You implanted it into my neural cloud at that time, didn't you? What are you talking about? I have absolutely no idea. The reason you didn't destroy me directly was probably out of fear that I had some other neural cloud backup, so you used a method that wouldn't alert me to lock away this segment of my memory. Using Needle's residential data to create a neural cloud lockdown virus isn't a simple technique, but your teacher, Chilovic, had an outstanding talent in this field. I don't know the person you're talking about. I was just in the area seeing a patient and got lost, ending up here by accident. Miss Robot, are you investigating cases for the security department again? Speaking of which, I later found out that the security department's investigation into Nisarchi's case ended a long time ago. You lied to me back then. Impersonating a security officer to investigate cases is illegal, you know. Robot hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately didn't fire. Daria came prepared, but perhaps because she didn't know how many people Robot brought, she didn't dare to act rashly. Like Rorod, she was also probing, and this was equally advantageous for Rorod, who needed to wait for her teammates to gain a position. It's fine. Let me jog your memory. Rodrigo's employer behind the scenes, a member of Crimson Angel cult, and an inheritor of Project Oracle known as the Shepherd, Daria. Since we need to buy time, let's spell out Daria's crimes right here. No! The key to identifying her is proving she is a Shepherd. Through the visions Deathbird showed me and my memory tracing, I had confirmed that the Shepherd is a survivor from Bondstop. And her name is? What was the Shepherd's original name? Yanina, the girl who went missing in the old district, who was also the only person closely related to this incident that I found in the Bondstop survivor list. Miss Daria, you chose to hide here because you were confident that no one knew about your past. You are Yanina, and this is your former home. I just said, I got lost and ended up here by accident. I rarely go to the old district, so naturally I don't know where this Yanina you mentioned. From what you just said, she should be a resident here, right? Whereas I'm a psychologist and live in the White Zone. If we really were the same person, wouldn't such a transformation be a bit too huge? You're right. In just a few short years, transforming from a slum dweller in the old district to a psychological counselor without an extraordinary encounter, it would be very difficult to succeed. But for Yanina, such a strange encounter actually happened. It was an unusual encounter Yanina had. She received support from a benefactor. No benefactor? From a perspective, yes, but that description isn't quite accurate. Because in Yanina's eyes, the other party was by no means a benefactor, but much more important existence. Alright, then it's this one then. Yanina met an angel, that is, the deity of the Blood Angel cult, the Deathbird. Although she left Bondstop, she was unfortunately controlled by Paradise once again in this satellite city. It was in Paradise's church that you two met. A church? Never heard of such a place in an old district. That is Paradise's underground base, and also the place where you kidnapped and took the young miss from the White Zone. You were praying that day, and the angel stood behind the altar. She made a request to you to leave together. Where did you hear those stories from? Miss Robot, I must admire your imagination. But if you want to prove that I am Yanina, you should present more concrete evidence, rather than these conjectures that sound like fantasy stories. Present concrete evidence proving she is Yanina. This does kind of concrete. Daria's eye, though, it's not concrete. Scar face is very clean. Oh, you mean Yanina's was injured before? She's really pitiful. That's not the evidence I mean. Miss Daria, why did you replace your prosthetic eye? I explained this before. It's to perform better at my work. But what you replaced wasn't your prosthetic eye, because on your left cheek, there should have been a large scar from Bondstop. That was caused by collapse radiation. It couldn't heal naturally, so it could only be treated through plastic surgery. And replacing the prosthetic eye was to allow the surrounding skin to be repaired more thoroughly. Miss Daria, I have a surgical report here for facial siliconized crystal removal and mild radiation sickness treatment. The patient's name is none other than yours. But it's too strange. Why do your biological traces match those of the owner of this item? The girl named Yanina, exactly. Robot brought out the surgical records Kukai found, delivering the final blow to the suspect before her. Daria was visibly shaken. This was a past she was unwilling to face. And for me, this was a breakthrough to reveal her past and force her to confess to her crimes. Bondstop was once influenced by Paradis, but was later abandoned. After their faith collapsed, the villagers committed mass suicide. You are a survivor from that village. When the others detonated the collapsed radiation bomb, you ran away out of fear and ultimately survived. But surviving one disaster does not mean it will be smooth sailing from then on. Perhaps because your face suffered from radiation, you were unable to lead a normal life. After bouncing around and arriving at the old district of the satellite city, you unexpectedly ran into those people again. Paradis targeted you again, either to keep you quiet, or perhaps because you were a perfect test subject. Under their abuse, you even regretted your decision to escape the village and yearned to receive salvation once again. And the angel, the Nido who was considered a failure, but could empathize with others' suffering, understood your fear. She took you away, and later encountered the kind-hearted Bowden. You must have moved into the Bowden home together with her, right? Bowden, I don't know that person. Even if you deny it, it won't change the impact he had on you all. That container hotel was also built initially to fulfill his ideals, wasn't it? This place wasn't an evil den for human trafficking from the very beginning. The change started after you kidnapped that rich Missy from the White Zone and became Paradis lackey once again. How laughable! Nothing you're saying makes any logical sense. If we escaped, why would we go back? Although just a guess, that is easy to explain. On your left cheek, that old wound, caused by collapse radiation, has been steadily deteriorating, even forming siliconized crystals. Chilovic tracked you down, and under her corrosion and bribery, you chose to accept her terms. You also became her disciple, inheriting her wicked plan. What do you mean? Meaning, to survive, you sold out the Death Bird, and even turned around to help Chilovic control her. You're making things up. What you're saying doesn't match the facts at all. Daria's voice suddenly pitched higher. She became agitated, and the calmness in her eyes from moments ago was completely gone. For some reason, she felt extremely furious at Will-Rod questioning her betrayal of Deathbird. The Angel's frame needs regular maintenance. Only by returning to the Order can she survive. I have never betrayed her. Whether it was fleeing Paradise back then, or later choosing to become Teacher Chilovic's disciple. Everything I've done has been for the Angel. It seems you're admitting to your crimes. Crimes? You're the guilty one. You killed our god and obstructed the execution of purification and destiny. This led to Teacher Chilovic abandoning the experiment as well, bringing the Crimson Angels to the brink of destruction. I will continue all this. I will complete Project Oracle for her. Along with Daria's roar, Warrod heard the sound of machinery starting up outside the house. She astutely dodged backwards as the cramped shipping container was baptized in a hail of bullets, lying on the ground amidst the flying glass shards. Warrod struggled to lift her head. 14.6 million machine gun rounds. The heavy weaponry Fukai mentioned is indeed hidden here. Warrod was glad she followed the commander's advice to stall for time, otherwise she might have had to face these armed weapons alone. But now she heard a communication coming through. It was her partners from Hide 4-4 Team 2. Warrod, are you okay? We arrived at our combat positions. Enemy unit spotted. Ready to engage at any time. The dead should be returned to the darkness. Sorry to keep you waiting, Warrod. Let's begin to capture. You eyesore of a detective! I really regret my caution back then. I should have torn you to pieces with my own hands the first time you appeared before me. It's over, Daria. No, the shepherd. He's like, ah, fuck you! I would have gone away with it too if it wasn't for you sexy dolls. Thanks, boy. Vivi, all the cultists have been eliminated. The machines they are operating have also lost their combat capabilities. Copy that. Maintain perimeter alert and watch out for enemy reinforcements. Are you okay, Warrod? You should be caring about the suspect. I might have been a bit heavy-handed when disarming her. Oh no! The commotion from the battle was too loud. The security department armed forces are assembling on the roads leading to the old district. Let's retreat. Take Daria with us, and make her confess the intel on Paradis herself. Warrod walked towards Daria, who was slumped against the wall. At about just now, the latter had lost her weapons and looked powerless to resist. However, the moment Warrod got close, an eerie smile flicked up the corners of Daria's mouth. Immediately after, Daria's right wrist let out a mechanical click as the outer shell split open on both sides, revealing the mechanical structure inside. Are those prosthetics? Her body's modification goes beyond just a left eye. Following that, mechanical devices popped out from her left leg, and even her right eye chest cavity, beginning emergency treatment for all the injuries she had just sustained in combat. My goodness, to think she installed so many prosthetics on herself, she's practically half Anita! Hide 4-4 Team 2 once again raised their muzzle at Daria, only to find that her prosthetics were unarmed, but concealed a cylindrical object inside. Daria held it high above her head, revealing an ominous gleam in the moonlight. Stop! If you come any closer, I'll blow this place to pieces! It was an explosive device that had appeared in Warrod's memories before, and right now, it was connected to a rather large, dark green canister. Is that a collaboration bomb? That's right. It's what you saw in the purification zone before, but this one's yield is several times larger than those, enough to wipe out the entire old district. Warrod wanted to shoot, but Daria held the explosive in front of her. making her hesitate to fire rashly. Hold your fire. There's some residents nearby. Drop your weapons, and everyone leave this place immediately. What do we do? Shouldn't we just do what she says first? We have no choice. Just like Deathbird after she lost control, Dahlia had always hated the old district. If pushed into a corner, she'll definitely detonate that bomb. Then at the very least, we should evacuate the personnel. We can't. The personnel makeup of the old district is too complex. We can't evacuate everyone in a short time. Why are you just standing there? Do exactly as I said. We can only find a way to seize the bomb. Robot, find a way to stall her. Everyone else, wait for my signal. Faced with Dahlia's threat, the commander had no choice but to order everyone on the scene to lower their weapons for the time being. Throw your gun over here! Robot threw her gun at Dahlia's feet, the metal gun making a crisp sound on the ground. However, unexpectedly, Thor and Dark got the gun, she immediately raised the muzzle aimed at Robot. Robot! Dahlia fired. The bullet struck Robot's frame, causing her to lose her balance and fall on one knee. Everyone else, back off! We all go down together. Do what she says. But... Trust Robot. Retreat for now. Understood. Vector led the others away from the container hotel's vicinity, feeling both unwilling and worried. Seeing that only Robot was left before her, Dahlia became even more unrestrained. She approached step by step, pointing a gun at Robot with one hand and holding the bomb high with the other, looking down on the detective from a condescending height. Stop pretending. I know you can still move. Get up! What an honor. You made everyone else leave, yet kept me here alone. You are different, Miss Detective. I said it. You killed my god. The citation of Project Oracle and the delay in realizing destiny. All this was due to your arrogant justice. Arrogant justice? I don't dislike that phrasing. This world inherently has no order. Only arrogant people would want to establish it. Huh. But you won't be the one to establish this order. It will be the knowledge I inherited from my teacher. Isn't your Project Oracle about manufacturing needles? Could there be another purpose? Needles were just the initial goal set by Teacher Chilovich. I am different. I want to realize the angel's destiny. Destiny? Could it be? I once rejected salvation out of fear when I was in Bondstaff, and I also yearned for death out of fear in the old district church. Do you know what the root of this fear is? Because humans are too fragile. They always lose their lives so easily. But you dolls and needles are different. Even if you die, you can be resurrected. My Project Oracle is about achieving all of those for humanity. The deceased of Bondstaff, the people murdered by criminals in the old district, and my Lady Angel. The dead shall be reborn. This is the destiny you preach to your followers? To think you're actually serious about realizing it. Of course. What I want to realize is a world where no one gets hurt. So you must atone, arrogant detective, because you plunged the grand plan into a slump. Do you know how the angel died? It was you who killed her. Your bullet and your toxic heresies caused the angel to descend into complete madness until she could no longer be repaired and met her destruction. My teacher also abandoned the plan. No matter how much I begged, she wouldn't stay. You and that honorable merchant who thwarted us before. It's because of your sabotage that Project Oracle has been delayed until now. Listening to Dahlia's mad roar, Robot suddenly felt that she was incredibly pitiful. The ideal Deathbird inherited from Bowden was twisted after being modified by Chilovic. And now, that angel's friend, the most loyal believer, the shepherd, has turned that noble ideal into something even more insane. This pity gradually burned into anger, because in Warbot's eyes, those kind of righteous convictions similar to the commander's ideals must absolutely not be subjected to such distortion. One day, we will resurrect our god, and ultimately realize destiny and salvation! And it will be realized by me, Chilovic's disciple, the shepherd of the Crimson Angels! Let's end this pleasant chat here. Our paths must part now, detective. Daria pressed the muzzle against Robot's head, seemingly to ensure she wouldn't miss. Her eyes gleamed with a thrilling manic intent to kill. Robot knew that this person truly had a reason to hate her, and she would undoubtedly pull the trigger. Today is a grand opening of the Drifter and... Huh? But just then, a burst of laughter rang out at Robot's feet, coming from a tablet dropped on the ground. What beautiful flowers, thank you! Not long ago, when hit by Daria, Robot quietly let the tablet drop, using her body to block it from Daria's sight. Now, in the video that suddenly started playing, a girl was facing the camera person with joyful laughter. This footage, where did it come from? This flower is so pretty. What was it called again? It was a piece of evidence recorded by Wellrod, found in the Container Hotel, an item that carried the past times of Daria and Deathbird. Remember now? The girl inside is you, and the person filming it is the angel you look up to, the one known as Deathbird. When Daria saw herself in the video, she showed obvious signs of faltering. This was the salvation you originally wanted, to escape Chilovec, to escape Paradise. That was the destiny the Deathbird wanted to fulfill for you after feeling your fear. A white dahlia, Daria, its meaning is purity and rebirth. The shepherd, you twisted her wishes, carrying out killings in the name of salvation. How long do you plan to remain so obstinate? No, that's not it. The destiny the angel desires is resurrection, the resurrection of all the dead. Daria lost her cool amidst her faltering. She seemed to have forgotten the bomb in her other hand, only caring about making the detective in front of her shut up. However, before she could pull the trigger, a gunshot rang through the night sky, and her left hand, along with a dangerous bomb, was blown far away. Target hit, Commander. Wellrod, secure the collapsed radiation bomb. Ignoring the wounds on her frame, Wellrod managed to catch a collapsed radiation bomb before it hit the ground. At the same time, muscles not far away spat flames. The long ambushing squad, Hyde 404 Team 2, unleashed a hail of bullets, tearing Dark's prosthetics to shreds in an instant. Keep her alive. We still have the questions to ask. Wellrod, are you okay? Nothing serious. Just that my frame is going to need some repairs again. Wellrod stood back up despite her injuries, her steps slightly unsteady, yet remaining firm. Daria lay on the ground, her body broken, but still seeming conscious. Wellrod's words seemed to have struck a blow to her spirit. Daria's eyes were fixed on the withered flower in the pot on the windowsill not far away. When I came here to investigate before, it was still lush. That was when I first saw the Deathbird. She might have come to water the flowers. She even deliberately avoided me, probably not wanting a fight to break out in this place that held her memories. Even after undergoing modification, Deathbird still remembered that peaceful time she spent with you. However, during the battle just now, the flower pot was hit by a bullet, and it was now shattered into a mess of broken rubble and dirt on the floor. Daria looked at the pile of debris, her eyes hollow. No one knew what images flashed through her mind in the final moment before she lost consciousness. Only those white petals, already soiled by the dirt, still swayed in the wind, as if making their final bloom.
想定通りの結果
No, 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 no.
後の祝勝会が楽しみだわ
Let me order food real quick, and then we'll start the last one. Good climax, though. I like that. Very good climax. Stop it. Don't even think about doing that. Why is Arby's so expensive, but their food is pretty good for fast food? At some point, I just make my own roast beef sandwiches. Truly a Ghost Frontline moment. Welcome to Monsieur Oblast Local News. Today's special report will provide a comprehensive analysis of the major crimes that have recently occurred in MAS-02. For this, we have invited special guest, Miss. Hello, everyone. Hello, host. Did they really just call her Miss? That's it? You know what, this portion, it just reminds me of Nikkei, where you have that that TV host and that Kalina look-alike. I do wish Ghost Frontline 2 would just have more still images. Straight up. You just need to make more. The criminal organization uprooted this time have been entrenched in MAS-02 for many years. What are your thoughts on this? I said a long time ago that the old town of MAS-02... Camera froze. Is that the end anyways? I don't care. Just get rid of it. I said a long time ago that the old town of MAS-02 is a huge hidden danger or crime. The state government must make up its mind to improve the living conditions of the local residents. In Yelmos Bridge, the radio frequency railroad was connected to was broadcasting Missouri State's local news. However, the radio waves in this yellow zone were unstable. Even with Mailing's help in tuning, we only received an intermittent audio signal. This incident has sparked a strong public reaction locally, and some groups have even organized protests. This is the voice of the people. This is the voice of the people. The White Zone elites always turn a deaf ear to it, probably thinking the crimes of the old district won't affect them. They'd be wrong to think so, because when I was a child, I almost fell into the hands of criminals from the old district. But a detective helped me uncover the truth. Well, Rod, is your frame damage repaired? It's repaired. It wasn't a serious injury. Besides, facing that situation was my own fault for being unprepared. It's not your fault. Daria's radiation bomb was left to her by Chilovic. She was someone who acted without regard to the consequences. Perhaps wanting to see her disciple head towards destruction from the very beginning. Before handing Daria over to the security department, we interrogated her thoroughly. and the mysteries related to the Shepherd finally came to a close. First is her connection to Paradis. We can now confirm that she didn't directly belong to Paradis. Aside from Chilovic, she hadn't contracted any other members. Second is her motive. She's truly seen to believe that Project Oracle could resurrect the dead, but in reality, that technology was only suitable for manufacturing some low-level Nidos. Feels bad. Couldn't even do high-level Nidos like how Martha did. According to Daria, Paradis manufactured Deathbird very early on, but subsequently abandoned this technological route. After all, the later appearance of Neater fully realized the initial goal of Project Oracle. Chilovic, however, took the data from Project Oracle and that Nido from the Green Zone to continue the experiments. This is the origin of the Crimson Angels organization. What she's saying should be all the facts. Notice has corroborated this intel. Paradis really did conduct related research. Establishing the Crimson Angels in a satellite city, kidnapping test subjects, and creating the sensational, bizarre serial murders, all of these were Chilovic's doing. However, when Deathbird could no longer be repaired later on, she also abandoned the related experiments and handed all the materials and equipment over to Daria. That's how the Shepherd came to be. Daria considered herself Chilovic's disciple and continued the research on Project Oracle. In stark contrast to her madness in battle, after being captured, Daria appeared very cooperative during interrogation. She confessed all the data Chilovic had given her, as well as her current research progress. Rather pathetically, even after sacrificing so many people, she was still far from truly creating a Nido and realizing the technology to resurrect the dead. Additionally, Daria also mentioned something concerning, which was that after leaving the satellite city, Chilovic contacted her once, and at that time, she mentioned there was someone else conducting related research. Commander, this incident involving the creation of Nidos is still far from over. Yeah, I will continue to monitor this incident, but regardless, the Paradis forces in MAS-02 can be considered eradicated. I shifted my attention back to the TV. The screen was full of static, but the guest's desire for truth and justice was conveyed through her voice. I heard you plan on to run to state legislature recently? Yes. My campaign slogan is, confront injustice, shatter evil. The light of justice will never be extinguished. Please, lend me your support. For some reason, this voice felt familiar. I felt like I had heard it somewhere before. The old district of MAS-02 might not be seeing any changes in the short term, but I can feel the residents there are starting to take the crimes happening around them seriously. Well, Rod, I believe this is a result of your continuous struggle against crime. Even when a hero departs, justice will be inherited by more people. That has always been my goal. But Commander, don't forget that this conviction of mine also came from my teacher. Teacher? Are you someone's disciple too, Rod? That would be you, Commander. Don't make me spell things out so plainly. Sorry, I was indeed making a joke on purpose. That was not a joke, you shitbag. Speaking of which, during this scenario recreation, you seem to have said more than once that you wanted to inherit my convictions. I thought that was just your catchphrase as a detective. Was that really meant literally? A catchphrase? Serious detectives don't have things like that. To be honest, MAS-02 truly resembles a den of monsters. After witnessing those cruel crimes with my own eyes, there was a time I became utterly intolerant of evil, wishing I could just shoot all the bad guys dead. Is that so? Sounds just like Harpsy in a robot state. However, whenever I look back on the things you and I experienced in the past, it firms my original convictions once more. Your figure battling Paradise during the Griffin era, that uncompromising conviction, that is the root of my justice. Warwa spoke some overly formal words, but her voice grew quieter and quieter. To think that she, who was always calm and collected, would become shy at a time like this. Thank you, Wilrod. I'm very happy to hear you say that you are fighting for our shared conviction. During this scenario recreation, I also experienced a part of the old district times with you, and the spirit you showed truly moved me. I believe this conviction will definitely be able to influence even more people. Thank you for recognition, Commander. This is a medal, more precious than any honor. But if possible, I'd like to ask you for a little reward. A reward? Warva took the initiative and leaned closer to me. Although she tried hard to maintain a detective's composed posture, her gradually reddening cheeks betrayed her. Asking for a hug? This should be the most normal etiquette between partners reuniting after a long time apart, right? She pressed against my chest, unable to maintain her calm demeanor any longer. Warva's eyes flickered, appearing somewhat uneasy. Seeing her so tense, I smiled and told her to relax, then pulled her into my arms. Long time no see, Warrod. We're together again. Thank you, Commander. Over the past 10 years, I thought that the justice I upheld was destined to be lonely, that I would only swim against the current alone. But later I realized, as long as I have memories with you, I will never lose my way. Even when you're not by my side, Commander, you can still be my strength. Robot's frame is surprisingly petite. She rested in my arms for quite a while, pouring out feelings she usually couldn't voice. Illuminated by the sunlight from the window, her smile seemed so vibrant. I squeezed her hand back tightly, and looked out at the morning mist slowly dissipating over the wilderness. The conspiracies and evils that once shrouded the satellite city were fading away. It was Rawa's relentless pursuit of justice and truth that tore off their disguises. Thank you again, Commander. I will stay more on the Elmwood High 414 too from now on, staying by your side and using my outstanding judgment to help you find those enemies hiding in the dark. I think being able to rely on this ability to help you is perhaps the most important meaning of this detective path. Wow, and actually short scene. Actually short. Does James bomb this, ladies? Did she become less bitchy? She was only bitchy in Vectors. But yeah, this was good. Is it turning again? That's funny. Okay, I don't need to do these. Yeah, not bad at all. I would say that was better than P90's Meeples. we learned a lot about the origin of Anita. I think I saw a question before that I didn't answer. Oh yeah, with this being a flashback and all. So, the way how it worked was basically Rora was put into a machine where she would go back into her past memories in order to reconstruct her neural cloud. Or not neural cloud, but her neural data, to be more specific. So it wasn't a flashback. She just delved into her past memories. So it was still all in present time. Yeah, thanks, Recon. Yeah, Deborah got shit on. Also, she needed plastic surgery for her eyes. Her eyes were wide as fuck. Like, holy shit. No wonder she got that mask on. You're like, you know what? Let's make her as uncanny as possible. No eye shaming. Also, yeah, it's good for me to start at 3 o'clock because my shift is from 4:30 Central Time. So 4:30 in the morning to 1:30. So I have to be like in bed around like 11 or 10. Yeah, Federico, that's I agree with that. So like overall, I liked it. On a score of like 1 to 10, I give like a 7 or 6 around that range. Above average, pretty good. We learned quite a bit. What doll be next? I think it is G41. I don't think they're doing a major after this one, so they're gonna be doing 3. And I would understand why they would do that, because right now we don't have anything on global side that would act as filler. I imagine that one of these events is going to be pulled over to global, like, as soon as anti-parallel ends. So P90 is not safe. They can't do that one. Well, they can, but they shouldn't. I put it that way. So it will either be Wellrod or possibly G41. But I will bank it on Wellrod. Next Tuesday stream, am I doing anything on Tuesday? I'm not sure actually. Mark 23. That's after Lorelei and Cheyenne. Dawnforge, yeah, what's it called? The Dawnforge bitch. Yeah, so what was in between, like on CN side, what was in between Anti-Parallel and Dawn Forger was Sakura, and actually I think it was just Sakura. I want to say yeah, because I can't remember anyone other than Sakura. There's probably one other though. Lewis was before Anti-Parallel. Yeah, I want to say Lewis was directly after Corposant. Because yeah, they were, for a time they were going pretty hard on story relevant content, or main story relevant content, I would say. You think they will jump right into another major event on global? Honestly, I don't think they will. It'll just be completely out of their pattern. I want them to, but they have done some dumb shit in order to maintain that you know, the one major, two minor pattern. They've done a lot of dumb shit to keep that pattern, doing stories out of order and stuff like that. Yeah, it can be Basti. They shouldn't do it, but it can be. It's in their pattern. It'll spoil Dawn Forger though, which is the problem. Like, it would actually spoil Dawn Forger, because that's like a direct sequel to Dawn Forger. But yeah, it's totally within their pattern to just do that. But like I said, I really hope that they just go back to back. Ripped themselves in the corner on that front. They did, yeah. They burned all their side content before Corposant, because they wanted to push Corposant to the anniversary. Actually, it wasn't even in anniversary now I think about it. Yeah, they just wanted to burn the content for some reason. I don't know why. And then they left Laney's event for like far after Deep Oblivion. That was insane how hard they delayed Laney. Even though on the CN side it was a direct sequel. TMP is a free unit. She didn't have an event. Well, right now they're not really catching up. Well, they are catching up, but it's very slowly. The only way that they can do that is if they double up on events, like how they did with Honduras and Belka. But at the moment, they're not really doubling up anymore. I guess he didn't really like that format. All they're really doing right now is just cutting off 1 week from the minor events. I think the major events are still the full 42 days. So it's just the minor events that get a week cut off. I know the thing that people complained about the most with the double up event was just that it wasn't necessarily the lost rewards or lost the collapse crystals or stuff, the currency, because we got that all back through extra events. The main issue was level up currency and cores, I want to say. People were mad, particularly about the cores, I want to say. The level up materials is kind of like whatever, if I'm completely honest. But definitely the cores was a main pain point, I want to say. Stuff that they can all compensate for, to be completely honest. I'm be real with you guys. It felt like it was one of those things where people complained about it, but they didn't actually look into what was going on with how Mika team was looking to compensate. The cores is definitely the only thing I can see that's worth complaining about, but everything else is just like whatever, man. Oh, and also, I guess the one real complaint was that Mika never actually informed us ahead of... Well, they did. They actually did, but it was glanced over. People didn't pay attention, I guess you can say. But they have always planned on getting us to catch up to CN. Is ending early? I didn't know that. What's going on with that? They took out 3 skins from the game. That sounds like a CCP thing, I'm not gonna lie. Because Lorelei is gacha skin is it's quite good. It's quite good. Yeah, I can't say I pay attention to the gacha skin on the CN side. Honestly, overall, I'm just not playing the CN side because I can't spend money on here. For whatever reason, my card's been blocked from the app that I use to spend on this game. So I just don't even bother anymore. Yeah, I didn't get a PayPal option whenever I try it. I guess it might be through phone if I try it that way, but I don't know. I'm already so far behind OCN now, I'm not even gonna bother anymore. And I was already behind in the first place. Yeah, that's what it was. That was phone. Yeah. Like I said though, I'm already behind. I'm not gonna bother. Just use it for story. I'll do my actual try-harding on the global side. We'll catch up eventually. I thought we would have made it by now, honestly. But they patched that, by the way. Dickerson. It's already patched, so Klukai's doesn't do that anymore. For new skin. No CN Gunsmoke, yeah, no. I already hate doing it on global side. I'm really waiting for that that new mode to drop. Which is actually far more entertaining than Gunsmoke. Which is not a higher bar, the bar's in hell to be better than Gunsmoke. Just auto Gunsmoke at this point? I do. Yeah. Really the only thing you need to do to be at top 20%, actually top 20%, maybe even top 10%, because we've been there a couple of times already, is for everyone to just do it. I haven't done it this week because I've just been sleepy. Basically. I work, and then I working on scripts, and then I fall asleep, basically. Yeah, I feel like if it's being removed, it's because they need to censor it. Although Sexton's skin being removed is actually weird, because it wasn't showy at all. It was hot, but it wasn't showy. Like, I can totally see Lorelei being pulled. That was easily one of the hottest, well, is the hottest skin in the game, just for the interaction. Bukai's fault. Silver Ghost Frontline or something else now. So it's more than Ghost Frontline. I'll be completely honest with you. It's been hard for me to do the summaries for Ghost Frontline 2 in terms of motivation, because there's so much information that I had to summarize, and I had to do it through the game. I can't just like do like what I do in Ghost Frontline 1, where I just go to a website and read the script, and it's much easier to translate it that way. Well, summarize it that way, I should say, not translate. There's just something about the way you have to read the cutscenes in this game. They feel so long-winded that it gets me tired. And so it's a lot harder for me to do these summaries for Ghost Frontline 2. On the other hand, it makes my summaries very, very different from how it is in the game, where I condense so much information and it's so... I try to make it as simple as possible, but the Ghost Frontline 2 makes it so easy to do that because they're so indulgent on how they like to word things and how they like to describe things. It just takes forever for them to get to the point. So I have been working on other scripts for other games, but there's also still Ghost Frontline 2 and also the finale series, or the epilogue arc for Ghost Frontline 1 I need to do as well. It's a full list. Right now, I'm mostly concerned with just getting back into the groove of actually busting out videos over and over again. And honestly, I'm kind of at a point where I'm just like, maybe I should just make a summary with just like bullet points and then just shoot the shit, you know? Like, don't make it like a huge dramatic script of like 50 million words. Maybe I just need to just talk about it instead. But I know a lot of people who found the actual summary series for Ghost Frontline 1 to be really, really useful. In fact, there was one person who actually translated it into Chinese for the Chinese player base. I was like, wow, that's actually kind of cool. I should keep doing it. I should just keep this format because it seems to be very digestible for them. Maybe an analysis instead of a summary would be better. I get what you're saying there. That's also an option. And it'd also be a lot shorter. My main pain point for that one is that a lot of you guys really like the summary series because it was a alternative to just playing the game. And you guys found that really, really, really helpful. So turning it into an analysis would make it lose that positive. Words, they're hard sometimes. Considering that the same people targeting Snowbreak wanted to target Girls Frontline too. There's been some contention over that based on what I've researched. That it's not really because of the feminist and CN that caused Snowbreak to fall. It was Snowbreak being fucking stupid. Because as it turns out, the devs for Snowbreak has done something like this before, and is also the reason that their previous gacha game was also canned. Readthrough goes on. Yeah, so I do want to keep the format that I've been using beforehand, basically for that reason alone. It will be harder for me, of course, because it's a lot of words, a lot of scripting, but yeah, I think it's just more of a matter of me just getting back into the groove of things. That's really all it is. Big push and touch the sun, yeah. Love and Deep Space being investigated. That's something that I also had to look into. Because I kind of want to know why that's the case. That's the thing. If I remember, there should be a SB hidden in almost no servers and oh, that I actually don't know. Yeah, Astroplane does it correctly. They just put their server in Taiwan. They're like, okay, we're good now. Well, okay, I'm actually going to stop here because my food just got to the door. So I'm going to go eat. It's also getting kind of late. I actually don't know what I'm going to do next week. I'll let you guys know on Discord. So yeah, I'm gonna go and hop off. So you guys take care. I'll see you guys next time.